Okay, I'm good to
Hello.
go.
Hello.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to From the Ink Up Week 28. It's so exciting to be here tonight. I'm one of your hosts, Saf, and we're going to be here hosting the group stage, and I'm here with my friend Lucky. Lucky, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing good. Happy to be here. Very excited to bring you guys a really awesome group stage this Friday night, and I hope all of you are excited to be here with us. So, looking into our first match, super exciting. The teams that we have for this evening are IVC Stingrays versus Intro IV. Super exciting. I'm actually unfamiliar with either of these teams, so I'm super curious to see what we're going to be bringing to the table tonight. Lucky, is there anything that you're looking forward to seeing?
I'm just really curious to see how fast these matches might go or how slow they might be. It's very interesting just seeing how teams play and how their strategies are going to play out.
And I completely agree with you. And one of my favorite things too, especially about lower level play with like Div 7 to Div 9 and lower in tournaments like this, is that there's always really interesting compositions that are brought to the table. And just a lot of unconventional comps, a lot of unmeta comps or non-meta comps. So it's going to be really cool to see what types of things are going to be brought, whether it's meta or not meta, or even like a little bit of blend of both. Personally, one of my favorite things to see is the tri-bucket with Inkjet. I love seeing when people can kind of incorporate that into their comp and make it work, and I always think it's really entertaining. Is there any sort of like special and or sub and or weapon that you really want to see this evening?
I would really like to see some shooter weapons. They're one of my favorite type of weapons. Whenever I play the game, I just love playing Tech or even just a normal shooter weapon. It's just so enjoyable to play.
Absolutely. And actually, there's an imposter in this room on the Stingrays. I see that they have a player named Sapphire. So I will be rooting for you, Stingrays, just for my own namesake and for your namesake as well. But either way, I'm still excited to see these teams duke it out here in our first group stage tonight. Honestly, I'm also really excited for these map modes that we have going for us. With that first one being Rainmaker on Museum D. Alfonsino. Lucky, what are kind of your thoughts on this map mode combo, and what are you kind of looking forward to see?
Personally, I'm not a big fan of Rainmaker. It's never been my type of game. But Museum di Alfonsino is one of my favorite maps of this whole game. It's so pretty. I just love looking at all the backgrounds that's happening with the jellyfish just being jellyfish.
Absolutely. And I gotta ask, Lucky, especially because this is our first time on mic together, what kind of, you said that you really like playing the Tech, which is great. So would that mean that you're kind of like a frontline player, would you say?
Most definitely. I like going wherever the checkpoint is, or whatever I'm just whatever I'm just trying to look for. I like just, be able to get kills and make sure that my team can push forward so that we can get the win and just beat the game.
Very cool. See, I'm more of a backline player myself. That's kind of my my bread and butter type of role. So I'm curious to kind of know your thoughts and things, coming from a different perspective of somebody that's mostly on the front line versus my own perspective, where I'm usually in the back, not behind the scenes per se, but kind of watching from afar to see what's happening in the game. So I'm really excited to share this microphone with you tonight, and to hear your perspective.
It's going to be very, there's not going to be a lot of moments where we see eye to eye, but, it's always fun to see how people see it from a different perspective than me.
Oh, my goodness. I'm super excited to be here, and we're going to be going right into it, folks. IVC Stingrays versus Intro IV. Super exciting. And right off the bat, I'm already seeing something super interesting. A squeezer coming out for Intro IV. I love to see that. Lucky, tell me, what are your thoughts seeing these comps?
I am seeing a looter blaster, which, if I say so, it is a really good weapon when you're playing Rainmaker. It just makes it a little bit easier to, clear out the way and get rid of some enemies that might be. And you can already see that they broke through the first checkpoint.
Yeah, IVC Stingrays is going to go ahead and get that early lead and break that early checkpoint. So now we're going to see that they're going to go ahead and once again pop that Rainmaker and get it moving on to that last checkpoint, with most members of Intro IV now on the response trying to prevent this push from going any further. We have one member going down, the Splash player, one of the Splash players, unfortunately, in Oz, getting a wonderful push there down to the 17 mark within the first minute of the game.
Now this was a very, very great push by by Intro IV. We see that they were able to take back control of this Rainmaker so that they can push and see if they can maybe get to the first checkpoint on the other side. We said that they are trying to currently keep control of this Rainmaker and stop the Stingrays from being able to take it from them.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we can see that the two Splash players are now down on the side of IVC Stingrays. Now trying to look for a response here, looking like the Rainmaker is now going to go into possession of Intro IV. Intro IV is going to have to get some points on the board here to try to get something cooking. We see that Tri-Strike coming out, trying to clear some space. And one member now of IVC Stingrays going down, or excuse me, Intro IV now going down. IVC Stingrays has the Rainmaker in their possession, and we're trying to get moving on to that first checkpoint.
Now this is a very, very great push by Intro IV. We see that they were able to try to keep control of that Rainmaker and just move it away from their checkpoint or from their podium so that Stingrays cannot just get an immediate easy win. We see that they're trying to keep control and make sure that no one can just get past their base.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, too, IVC Stingrays is doing a really good job of maintaining the space in mid, which I feel is something that is so important on Museum for almost all map mode combos. It's so important to maintain your control of mid and to be able to kind of have the space to move around as best as you can. And it looks like now IVC was not going to give Intro that space to pick up that Rainmaker, so the Rainmaker is actually going to reset back to the middle. But we see that Intro is now going to try to make that push, almost getting it to that first checkpoint, making that jump there, but unfortunately going down right in front of that first checkpoint with two members going down. And now it seems IVC Stingray is going to be on the respawn here, although that map is starting to look a little bit orange and a little bit uncomfortable, I think, for IVC.
Yes, we see that IV is trying to make sure they can get as much land as they can so that it is a little bit easier for them to just be able to swim through and that they're not having to walk through the enemy ink, and which slows them down.
Yeah, definitely. Intro IV now having a really good lead, a very comfortable lead at that, at the 17 mark, with just shy of 2 minutes left in the game, with two members of IVC now being down. Intro IV is definitely pretty comfortable here. It looks like Oz is actually kind of playing the defense game a little bit, holding that Rainmaker in mid and having two frontline players kind of being up onto the plat of Intro IV to kind of hold some space and hold that back. And it looks like they have 6 seconds left, and they're going to go ahead and push it over into this corner and maintain it and go ahead and just let themselves explode and let it reset back to the middle.
That was a great idea by IV, so that IVC, that was a great play by them, so that IV cannot just fully take it. We see that now, sadly, Stingrays are coming in to make sure that and we see that IV ended up actually taking the Rainmaker to go push and get that checkpoint.
Oh my gosh, so close. You can see that IVC Stingrays was super close to trying to get into that first checkpoint, but Intro IV is doing a really great job of providing a lot of defense and giving themselves a lot of space in order to be able to have a lot of movement and actually play a really solid defense, and especially against a comp that is heavily frontline based and heavily Slayer based, and with having those two crabs, which can really provide Stingrays a lot of space on this map as well. But I think Intro 4 is doing a really good job here at maintaining their space and utilizing their specials and getting the triple by Elias, leading to the wipeout onto IVC now. And Intro 4 is going to go ahead and utilize that wipeout to their advantage, and they're going to push that Rainmaker back up onto that platform now. And you can see that the members of Stingrays are trying to get out of spawn as quick as possible to try to see if they can maintain and get a little bit more space, but unfortunately they are not going to be able to get out of that spawn, and that first one is going to go to Intro 4.
That was a really great play by IVC or Intro 4 by Intro I4. They played really well to make sure that they can keep control of the Rainmaker so that they can be pushed past the checkpoint and straight to the podium to win.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, that Reef slider play by Elias, that was incredible, and that really was kind of the nail in the coffin there at the end, not giving IVC any space to try and make a rebuttal and try to pick up that Rainmaker and make a push, and unfortunately leading them to the wipeout in those last few seconds of the game. That with IVC 4IV having such an awesome lead right off the bat as well, that was just shaping up to be a really good game for them.
Their comp that they had was extremely well to be able to make sure that they can keep control of the Rainmaker and that they can keep pushing so that they can capture the win.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm curious to know what's kind of your opinion, Lucky, on that double splash composition that IVC was trying to run that double splash, double crab composition. And as we know, with this current meta that we have right now, that can be a really difficult thing to combat. And so I'm really curious to know kind of what your thoughts are on that.
Well, in my opinion, I feel like the Crab Tank is a great special in this game for the fact that it is very tanky and it can do a lot of damage. I personally use the Crab Tank a lot for Splatfest, especially when I'm defending instead of attacking. So they had a great comp. If they were able to double tank like at the same time, it would have been easier to make sure that they could keep control of the Rainmaker.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think Intro 4 was really able to utilize their specials and especially coordinate their specials in that first round there. And you could definitely see it, especially with having so much space in mid and with Elias with that Reef slider play, able to get a triple right at the end. And it's so important, especially when you're doing these wacky kind of comps and things that are definitely off meta. You got to make sure that you're able to really utilize the space and get your specials to be coordinated and cohesive and in kind of one thing. And it makes you wonder too, like what's going on in that voice channel, kind of what's kind of being told, what are the call outs that are being said, and what's everybody kind of thinking and moving around on the map. And I'm curious to know kind of like what your thoughts are on that kind of like team synergy and callouts and where you kind of find that can be the most useful.
I feel as if no matter what comp you have, as long as you have great callouts and you know how to work with your team, like it can be easy to win any game. As long as you know what to say and what to do with your teammates, and you be able to make sure you're coordinated enough to be able to do pushes or attacks in order to keep whatever like the Clan Blitz or the Rainmaker, it can make a game a little bit more easier.
Yeah, definitely. And oh my god, I'm smiling so huge right now. IVC coming out with not one, not two, but a triple bucket composition with that Explosher, the Slosher, and the Tri-Slosher. You have big, medium, or small, medium, large all coming out on the side of IVC. I'm just smiling so big right now, Lucky. Tell me, what are you kind of seeing here? What's something that's really interesting you here?
I'm enjoying seeing the double dapples on Team Intro IV. It's just, I feel like the dapple dualies are probably one of the greatest dualies in this game. They're so much fun, and they're just really easy weapons to pick up and learn.
Yeah, absolutely. This is really interesting compositions that we have here. And as I was saying before, this is what I love so much about low level is these compositions. But right out the gate, we're going to see that Intro 4 is going to get the wipeout on IVC. Clam economy is there, but not quite a power clam in possession just yet. It looks like Oz is trying to maybe wait or look for a couple more clams to try to get that power clam going. But IVC was really quick on the response time to get back into their basket area and to put some ink down to kind of keep the members of Intro 4 back. But you can see now that Oz has a power clam in possession, and they're kind of trying to look for an opening as best as they can. But Antigua now having this tri-strike coming out, and especially pairing that with the Explosher, definitely creating a lot of space for themselves in order to put up some defense.
I feel like if you're going to play Clan Blitz, you need to make sure that you're well coded enough and with your teammate to be able to know if they're missing either 2, 1, or even 4 clams, because then you can always just throw your clams to the person who just needs the super clam. Yeah,
absolutely. You could see there just now, it seems like Intro 4 actually had a power clam in their possession, but unfortunately, one of the members went down and was unable to kind of form it in time. But IVC Stingrays is now going to be on the response, and they're going to go ahead and get a power clam in with some change, with the super jump coming in from Antigua, but unfortunately not having any clams in their possession, just trying to hold the members of Intro 4 back for a little bit longer to get a few more clams in there. But it looks like that is where that push is actually going to stop for IVC with 68 points on the board.
We see that IVC Stingrays is able to make sure that they can keep control of their clams and using their triple bucket comp really well.
Yeah, absolutely. They're definitely making a lot of space for themselves, and the buckets are playing super well off of each other to try to create that space and to give themselves the momentum that they need. And that push was really good on their part, and it looks like they still have so many clams in their possession with 13, but Intro IV is also not far behind now with one power clam in possession and a few more in change being held by the other members of Intro 4. But it looks like Ty here is trying to just hold on to this power clam and kind of hold it back a little bit as much as they can, because the members of IVC are now coming in with that tri-ink strike making space. But you have the Trizuka by Ty getting the triple and creating the wipeout. This is the chance now for Intro 4 to try to make the effective push, and you can see now that 3 members are pushing into that basket area and throwing clams as rapidly as they possibly can and taking the lead right here into the wipeout at 47.
This is what I'm telling you. Shooter weapons with Trizuka are probably just one of the greatest team or weapon comp ever. Trizuka is one of my favorite specials, and it's just so much fun whenever you get a good couple amount of kills.
Yeah, that triple kill with the Trizuka definitely is what gave Intro 4 the momentum there. That was such an excellent play by Intro 4 and giving them so much time and space, especially with 3 members going down to get as many clams into that basket as possible. And now we're seeing with 45 seconds on the clock here, IVC is going to have to make a strong response here with that power clam in their possession, and another one just kind of sitting on the side, but unfortunately being broken. But they are going to have to get at least a power clam and some change in order to try to tie up this lead.
This is going to be a very close game for IVC. If they can manage to just push past if they can push past Intro 4 and be able to get to their base and throw their power clam inside there, this could just be the winning moment. All they need to do is just push and use their brains with their sloshers to just go.
And it looks like with only 5 seconds left, that was a soft delayed wipe for the side of IVC Stingrays. And unfortunately, that Reef Slider going in there to finish out the game for Intro 4. And Intro 4 is going to go ahead and take this set.
That was a great game played by both teams. It was a very interesting match, and we've seen how Intro 4 was able to turn the game around and end up taking the lead from IVC.
Yeah, and I loved seeing that triple bucket coming out for IVC. That was really fun to see. It's always so much fun to just see wondering again what is going on in that voice chat, to where IVC was like, you know what? Let's go with 3 buckets. Why not? Let's try it out. Let's see what's happening. Let's see if we can get something cooking here. And they really came out strong in the first half of the game. They got a really good break with a few more clams in their pocket to kind of tick down some points, getting it down to that 68 mark, which is a phenomenal first push. But man, Intro IV, especially getting that triple with that Trizuka definitely is what kind of got them that victory there, and they were able to have enough clams in possession in order to take the lead and take a strong lead at that. Man, Lucky, I want to know, what are kind of I didn't get to ask you before, but what are kind of your thoughts on Clams Eeltail?
I personally really enjoy playing Clams on Eeltail. Eeltail is a really great map for just about really any game mode, especially clams and splat zones. Splat zones is probably a really great game mode for me, especially on Eeltail. So that's what I just thought it was really enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and especially the map. What I love to see about this too is that with having it be such a lateral map, it's very straight. It's very much just a linear straight map, there was no E-leader. There was no ladder scope, no E-leader. There was no sort of backline to be coming out on there, other than the exposure, of course. There was no backline that was to come out and kind of play and really utilize those catwalks in that space on either team, and so that it was entertaining to kind of watch a non-backline kind of heavy team play go on that map, and I just loved seeing the triple bucket. Like, I'm still smiling and laughing at that. That was just wonderful.
I personally was kind of surprised to see that we didn't see any snipers or anything like that while on Museum d'Alfonso. That's probably one of the greatest maps to especially play backline in. If you just have at least one E-leader, it can make a huge difference in how your game can go.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. It's just so interesting to see, like, when a weapon, especially like when there's just kind of like fan favorite weapons on certain map mode combos, and when you don't see those weapons come out and you just kind of get something totally different coming to the table. It's so entertaining, and it just kind of leaves you like scratching your head like, huh? Like, what's gonna happen here? Like, what do I kind of expect, and what do I hope to see? And you know, you want to kind of go into watching these matches sometimes with no expectations, but then you can't help yourself sometimes, just because the way that the meta is, or the way that like the most common things kind of play out and occur. And so that was just wonderful to see. But moving on into round 2, starting us off right away, we have tower control on Flounder Heights. Thoughts on this one, Lucky?
I personally am not a big fan of Flounder Heights. It's not one of the best maps in the game, but tower control can be pretty fun on this map.
I'm curious. What can you tell me more? Passing the mic. Tell me more. Why do you say that?
I don't know. The way that Flounder Heights is just, you know, formed, it's not ideal for me, especially when I play. It's not, you know, the funnest thing to play on sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. But it's such a flank heavy map. There's so much action that happens right at the top of the 2 apartment buildings, and it's always just like a really intense firefight that can usually happen up there. And it's always interesting to see kind of who comes out on top, and especially with breaking that first checkpoint and having it be so out in the open. It's an excellent place for not only flanking to occur, but also for backlines to really get comfortable and to try to get some folks off of that tower and to try to displace people as best as they can. And one other thing too is just going into that second checkpoint on this map as well. Definitely kind of a bottleneck and a big choke point where there's really a lot of close quarter contact between different teammates, not only teammates but also the opposing team as well. And I'm curious to know kind of what do you kind of expect to see on this map here with our next 2 teams?
Well, I'm hoping to see at least maybe one sniper and one like dynamo, or maybe even a Swiffer.
Ooh, a dynamo would be really interesting. I'm a washed up dynamo player myself. I transitioned from dynamo to Hydra into this game. Did you play Splatoon 2, Lucky?
Yes.
You did. What were you kind of maining, and what were you kind of cooking up in Splatoon 2 and going into now?
Was a huge roller main. I played all kinds of rollers, especially dynamo. It was probably one of my best weapons, and one of my friends did teach me how to play. But coming into Splatoon 3, I kind of just dropped the dynamo because it didn't feel as appealing anymore, and that's when I picked just the hero shot or Tenatech.
Oh my gosh, that's so cool. Humble beginnings from both of us being Dynamo players and coming into this game and playing something totally different. That's really cool and fun to know. I'm super excited for this next round, actually. We have the Whiprays, which I'm a really big fan of the Whiprays. I love their comps and I love watching them, versus Black Squid Ink Burger. Both of these teams are just phenomenal and have really like done a great job this Ludi season as well in their groups. And oh my goodness, I'm so excited to once again see the Whiprays on stream again, and especially because, as I said before, one of their players is a tri-bucket with an inkjet, and so I'm so excited to see where that is going to come into play here, and if it's going to rear its head on tower control Flounder Heights.
I'm hoping to maybe see at least one shooter, hopefully a hero shot. One of my favorite weapons, and it has a great kit with Trizuka and a bomb. I love the bomb specials. They're probably one of my favorites.
If you had to live your life as a bomb in this game, what bomb would it be and why?
Out of all of them, I think I'd prefer the sticky one. I don't know, sticky bombs are just way more fun than, you know, the regular splat bombs.
Suction bomb, really? That's a really unique answer. I don't think I was expecting that. I think I would live my life as an auto bomb. I love that it's a frog. I love that it can walk. It's just perfect. It's perfect in every way to me.
The auto bomb is pretty cute. I remember back in Splatoon 1, me and my brother, we used to just have these little game modes where we throw bombs at each other to see who dies first.
Right? You could have like a bomb kills only kind of match.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Oh my god, that's awesome. That's super fun. And you know, speaking of going into round number 2 with opening with Flounder Heights, but game number 2 is actually going to be on Rainmaker Hagglefish Market. Definitely a good one if you're playing backline, I'd have to say, but also a really fun one, I think, if you are someone that is really, really into flanking and you're good at flanking. And I gotta know, Lucky, as someone that is a frontline player, what's kind of your stance and how do you feel about flanking the opposing team?
While flanking the opposing team, it can be very, very iffy. It just really depends on the enemy comm team. Because now if there's 2 or 1 sniper, it's a little bit easier to flank. But if there's like a swiper, swiffer, or a dynamo, it's a little bit harder because they're always checking their surroundings.
Oh my goodness. Alrighty. We're coming out now here. The ink is flying. We're climbing up to these apartments buildings on Flounder Heights, the Whiprays. I love it. I see E on there with that bucket coming out, and we have Black Squid Inkburger with a roller, and we have a machine and a gal on the side of Black Squid Inkburger. But Black Squid Inkburger is going to be the first to take this tower onto checkpoint number 1. They're going to mosey their way on over and almost actually completing that checkpoint, and actually they're going to complete that checkpoint and just cakewalk their way onto checkpoint number 2.
I'm not sure if anyone else is seeing it, but if you look on the Whiprays teams, you guys can see that one of their teammates have a Tenatech weapon. So, you know, as pretty biased of me, I'm going for Team Whiprays. Or the Whiprays.
The Whiprays definitely have a lot more aggression going for them, I believe, especially running this double bucket and running that T-Tech as well with the Tri-Strike and able to manipulate the space a little bit more and to create a lot of space for themselves. And you're going to see that happening right here. Those towers are so yellow, and we're going to make our way onto that first checkpoint. But Black Squid Inkburger is going to be able to make a strong response with that Booyah coming out into the middle and clearing as much space as possible for them to keep that tower going. And especially heading back over now to checkpoint number 2 to try to get that second checkpoint going. And Sparata is going to get a really nice pick there, throwing that wall out as well to kind of protect themselves in that corner on checkpoint number 2. But you can see that the Whiprays are really trying to make a strong response here to try to break back into that map. But unfortunately, with 2 members going down, that tower is going to just keep on moving for Black Squid Inkburger on to checkpoint number 3.
We see that Black Squid Inkburger are playing very aggressive, making sure that they can just keep control of this tower and push away the Whiprays. But we see that the Whiprays were able to get a wipeout and take back control of the tower. That was an amazing push by the Whiprays, and they did amazing.
Yeah, and especially too, they're gonna just let that tower kind of mosey back onto the middle, and you could see that all 4 members were gonna go ahead and push up in that spawn and still apply as much pressure as possible. But Black Squid Inkburger has a really strong response here, and they're gonna respond with a wipeout of their own, and they're gonna go ahead and take that tower once again and just mosey on over to and go ahead and finish that last checkpoint as quick as they can. The Whiprays now are all respawned and ready to go, and you can see that the E-Leader is going to try to take position on this higher spot right next to the rail and taking out one of the members of Renoli off of that tower. And we're going to see now, but the Whiprays are actually going to be playing a pretty strong defense here, and that tower is actually going to make its way back to the middle.
We see that they are just making sure that they can maybe at least keep control of that last checkpoint. We want, the Whiprays don't want for them to just be able to mosey and just completely bust through their whole defense.
Yeah, and now Black Squid Inkburger is going to go ahead and take control of this tower. We have 2 members down on each side. 3 members down now, but Take is going to go ahead and take 1 more with them. And now that's a soft wipe for Black Squid Inkburger. And the Whiprays actually have a lot of space here for themselves. They have a lot of ink going up into mid, and Lion's going to go ahead and get really comfortable here and set up for their E-Leader, which I think is just so important, especially if you're going to maintain this backline on your team. You really need to be able to allow a lot of space for them to be a little bit more mobile and to be able to kind of look for picks and feel safe looking for picks. 2 Booyah is going to be coming out, and the E-Leader is actually going to get displaced, and you're going to see Take here trying to apply as much pressure as possible, and is going to go ahead and push that E-Leader almost all the way back into spawn.
We see that the Whiprays are just, you know, being very defensive and being very aggressive. We see that the Black Squid Inkburger are having a little bit of a struggle to be able to make sure that they can get up on that tower and just get to the 3rd checkpoint.
Yeah, and the Whiprays, too, are applying so much aggression here to try to get that tower moving. But Black Squid Inkburger's sitting pretty comfortable at their 22. And they're definitely applying as much defense as they possibly can. And they definitely know that, hey, the Whiprays, yeah, they need to come to us in order to try to get this lead. And especially with only 20 seconds left on the clock, the Whiprays really need to get something moving here, and if they really want to try to get those 50 points down to the 22 mark. But you can see here, Black Squid Inkburger is fully responsive with 1 member down on the Whiprays, and they're doing an excellent job of playing defense and holding onto this tower, and they're going to go ahead and take game 1.
That was an amazing gameplay by both teams. We see that Black Squid Inkburger was able to just at least make sure that they could get far inside of their base so that they don't have to worry about later in the game when they can't control the tower, that the Whiprays won't be able to just win the game. Now, I have a question for you, Sav. Have you seen the direct recently for Splatoon?
I have seen a little bit of it. I'm kind of somebody, like, I'm one of the people, maybe it's a little hipster of me, I apologize. But I'm kind of one of those people that doesn't watch it, like, right when it comes out. I kind of prefer to just see what people are saying on Twitter, and kind of seeing the opinions of what other people are saying, and then kind of watching and seeing what I think about it. But I definitely am really excited for this next season to be coming out, and especially with the new weapon kits that we're seeing. Unfortunately, there's no love for Gold Dynamo, which slow tear coming down my face because of that. But I'm definitely excited to see a lot of the new weapons that are going to be coming back in this season.
I am very excited for the Kraken to be coming out. When I seen it and when I was watching it, I got so excited. I have loved the Kraken since the first game. It's been probably one of my favorite specials. And when I got into Splatoon 2, I was so sad to see that the Kraken wasn't there. But seeing it coming back for just another game is so exciting. And after seeing the Octoling model for it, I just know I'm gonna enjoy it.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I love that they made an Octoling model. I love that they brought back the original design, but then they also did a little revamp for the Octoling. I agree with you as well. I'm really excited to see Kraken come back, and I'm especially excited to see how this is going to shift our current meta. And especially with the idea of trying to double up with Kraken and Tacticooler. Oh man, that is going to be just utterly menacing to try to go against. And I'm wondering how that's going to go if you have a crab tank just shooting endlessly at this Kraken to hold it back. And if Kraken is able to not only have Tacticooler in its pocket, but Squid Surge towards that crab, and especially with just stack some Object Shredder on there. Oh boy howdy, it's going to be something to see for sure.
And also from that video, we see that there's going to be a new special, and it's gonna be something like Marina's hyper bombs from the second game, where you can just kind of shoot them and it's gonna be able to just take out whoever's there. This is gonna be great for people who are struggling with spawn camping. It's gonna make it easier so that spawn camping isn't always just gonna happen.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I haven't really seen too much of the mechanics of how Super Chump is going to work. But I think it's an excellent special. I think it's an excellent special to add to this game, and you hit the nail on the head, especially to help with spawn camping and to try to keep people who are spawn camping kind of out and push them out as best as you can. I think it's going to really help with that, and I'm curious to also see where that kind of ties into someone that's running Stealth Jump and how that kind of plays into Stealth Jump, and especially someone that could be using that special with Stealth Jump, because that could also kind of provide a little bit of like another decoy or like an added layer to the whole thing. So it's definitely exciting, and I'm really pleased, to be honest, with the amount of content that the creators are kind of putting into these new seasons every time. It's really cool to see, and especially someone that is a Splatoon 1 veteran, and I was here day one with Splatoon 1, and it's just really fun to see how this game has evolved and how the meta has shifted over the last 7 years that this game has been out. 8 years now this game has been out. It's just such a treat to see it kind of to see things new and old coming to the limelight here. So
speaking of old things coming back, we also seen that in the Nintendo Direct that a part of the DLC, we get to go back to Inkopolis, which is going to be very exciting because I have missed Inkopolis so much. I miss seeing everybody who used to be there, and it's just going to be so exciting just, you know, having that nostalgia back and just getting to see everyone.
And, there's that key word too, nostalgia. The fact that we can feel and explore the feeling of nostalgia with this game is just something that's so special to me, because this is such, really, in the grand scheme of Nintendo franchises and worlds and universes, this one is still so new in comparison. Like, it's not even double digits years old, you know? And so the fact that we can still experience nostalgia for things from the earlier game, it really, like, makes my heart so happy that we get to do that, and that this community gets to experience that together, explore that together. It brings such a big smile to my face.
Me too. It's just been so enjoyable looking at all these things. And as we enter into the new round, or the next map, we see that we are now playing Rainmaker on Hagglefish Market. Now this comp is looking very interesting with double T-Tech from the Whiprays. I am very excited to see this. T-Tech is definitely one of my most favorite weapons, and seeing like 3 people in this game right now playing it is like giving me a big smile on my face.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, the Whiprays too. I've seen them run this comp before with double T-Tech. They love utilizing that the double tri-strike to create as much space as possible and to really maintain a lot of ink on the field. But on the side of Black Squid Inkburger, we have a Bloblebler coming out and coupling up with the heavy Splatling, which Sparata is definitely feeling pretty comfortable here with this heavy Splatling to be able to push up that far, which is so great because the Bloblebler is so good at making a lot of space and giving a lot of like chip damage in this game. And now with 2 members of the Whiprays going down, you can see Black Squid Inkburger is going to go ahead and pick up that Rainmaker, and they're going to go ahead and just walk their way up to that first checkpoint and take it out. Ink Strike is going to come out and to try to provide a little bit of space, a little bit late, I would say, for trying to help out with that push from Black Squid Inkburger. But we're going to go ahead and see them pick up that Rainmaker once again and get a couple more points now up to the 31 with still so much time left in this game.
I feel like Ink Strike is a really good special for supporting. It makes it easier for just to ink up more of the space around you and to get rid of some enemies that are a little too close to your objective. And we also see that there's a roller on the Black Squid Inkburger team, making this a little bit easier for them with a Bloblebler, roller, Tenatech, and Splatling. This is a great comp for Rainmaker. It just makes sure that you can push back your enemy team and make sure that you can bring the Rainmaker up a little bit further that you need to.
Yeah, and I definitely think Black Squid Inkburger is doing a really amazing job by not letting this E-leader really get set up and to try to find a good perching point to try to provide a lot of aggression. And we're going to see Take just kind of squid rolling around into that spawn of the Whiprays with that Rainmaker. They're going to go ahead and take it to the 13 and squid roll backwards with that Rainmaker now going down. And 3 members of the Whiprays. The Whiprays now getting wiped out by Black Squid Inkburger, and they're going to go ahead and dunk that Rainmaker, ending this set.
That was great gameplay by Black Squid Inkburger. They made sure they know how to use their comp efficiently and effectively, knowing how to push and be aggressive and make sure that Whiprays cannot just get up to them and be able to wipe them all out. This team played amazing, but Whiprays also played great too. They made sure that they can at least make sure that they can, keep control of some of what they had left.
Oh my goodness, yeah, and gosh, Black Squid Inkburger just really coming out with the team synergy this evening. Man, they were able to pick up that Rainmaker and break that checkpoint so flawlessly, and then they were just able to pick it up again. And like I said earlier, Alan was not able to really get a good setup with their E-leader to try and look for picks and to try to keep the members of Black Squid Inkburger back. And especially with having 2 members of Black Squid Inkburger breaking out into that spawn area as well, the Whiprays were kind of just staggered and coming out of that spawn and just getting taken down one by one and leading to that wipeout. And so Black Squid Inkburger definitely kind of had that game in their favor, kind of right from the jump.
They made sure they knew which enemy they needed to take out so that they couldn't get too comfortable, like what they did with the E-leader. They made sure that E-leader could not get comfortable at a spot where they needed to be, so that the E-leader could not just one shot and get rid of them all one by one. That was great gameplay, and I feel like in that VC that Black Ink Squidburger are in, that they are just communicating and using their comms effectively and efficiently to make sure that they can capture the win in both rounds.
Yeah, and I feel you could definitely see that in this second game here. You could see those call-outs happening live and just, it's giving me goosebumps, Lucky. It's so amazing to see and to watch when teams can coordinate really well. And it's so cool to watch and to almost like understand exactly what it is that they're saying and what they're doing. With what's going on in that voice channel, and you can just see it live. Man, it's so incredible to watch, and Black Squid Inkburger just did it so flawlessly. But we're gonna go ahead, I think, and take just a quick break before we get this third round going. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Alrighty, welcome back everybody. We're gonna go ahead and get started with round 3. I'm still your host, Saf, 2Ps, 2As, Safirea, and I'm still here with Lucky. Lucky, how you doing after that break?
I am doing good. I feel energized. I'm ready to watch some Splatoon.
Yes, heck yes. Going into round 3, who we have on stream, we have Team Grizzco Workers Union versus Joe Biden, President Joe Biden, coming into the From the Ink Up stream week 28 tonight. Super exciting, and especially with Grizzco Workers Union being here on this stream. They were the winners of the Div 3 bracket on the in CCA, and so this is really cool to be having this team coming in and hanging out with us tonight, and I'm super excited to have them on stream here with us. So Lucky, I'm curious to know, especially with round 3, we're going into Brinewater Springs on Splat Zones. What are you kind of looking for here in terms of composition?
With comp, Splat Zones, you need good ink. So I'm hoping to at least see one roller on each team. If you have a roller, it makes Splat Zones a little bit easier because rollers can cover a lot.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and I'm curious to see too, especially with having a backline. This is such a good backline map. It's such a good spot for not only Splatter Scope and E-Leader to find a good spot to set up, but I also think it's a really good placement for the Splatlings to get set up here as well. And so I'm curious to see now, especially with this round starting, what both teams are going to bring to the table. And yep, just like we said, there's that E-Leader coming out right away. We're going to go ahead and see the E-Leader on the side of Joe Biden, and then we're going to actually have a Hydra. Oh my gosh, the key to my heart, a Hydra for Grizzco Workers Union coming out as well. And we're going to now see that this zone is going to go right ahead over to Grizzco Workers Union. We're not going to waste any time here. And we're going to go ahead and just get those picks right away. One pick now going down for the side of Joe Biden. And Grizzco Workers Union is going to go ahead and maintain a bunch of space with that Wravebreaker coming out, especially pushing the members of Joe Biden back into spawn.
We can see that Grizzco has a Tech, which could make this a little bit easier for them, and also a Splatter Shot. Splatter Shot, which is really good because of the fact that it has like a little tank or a little shield that can protect you. So if they can just keep control of the Splat Zone and put that down, that could get them a few extra seconds of just having control over Splat Zone.
Yeah, definitely. And you're going to see now that the side of Grizzco, they're going to have that Tri-Ink Strike in their pocket kind of ready to go when they need it. Joe Biden is going to take the zone now down to the 68 mark, and they're still going to maintain that control. But now that Tri-Ink Strike is going to come in handy, and we're going to go ahead and flip that zone back into Grizzco's favor. With one member down, actually one member each down on both teams, we're going to see that mostly Grizzco is going to be the ones that are actually going to be taking control of this mid here and having a lot more mobility. And we're going to see Neptune taking on that crab and taking out the crab before they can really get in position and to really get something cooking. Grizzco now is just taking down that penalty as much as they can, but unfortunately now losing control, and Joe Biden is actually going to flip that zone right back.
We see that that Grizzco was able to get a couple of seconds with on control of that and take a nice lead of 57, pushing Joe Biden having to wait for a little bit in order to take that lead back at 62. But we see that they only have one left, and now they're counting down in order with control over it. But they sadly lose control and keep taking back control.
Yeah, and now Joe Biden is actually going to have the lead here with two members now coming back on the respawn. You have the C Junior and you have the E-Leader in position, trying to create as much space as possible and trying to hold the members of Grizzco back. And I think that Grizzco is a little bit intimidated by this E-Leader, but I don't think Joe Biden is gonna really allow them as much space, and taking that zone now down to the 23 mark. Still plenty of time left in this game though, with 2 minutes and 30 seconds on this clock. And now Grizzco Workers are going to go ahead and flip this zone, and they're going to actually put a lot of ink down into mid. And so Joe Biden has really got to get a little bit more coverage here if they want to try to make an effective push out into mid. And especially now with that Wravebreaker coming out, which is just an excellent way not only to find the opposing team and kind of where they're standing on this map, but also to try to create a lot of space for themselves. And we're going to see now that two members for Grizzco Workers are actually going to go down, and Joe Biden is going to go ahead and take control of this zone.
I feel like if either team wants to just try to keep control of or the splat zone the longest, one of the Spire Shot juniors on team just need to be able to make sure that they can get their shield down on the splat zone, so they can just, you know, have protection while keeping control over it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, too, Joe Biden has excellent ink coverage here, and especially with only the E-Leader being their longest range, and being able to really flirt with the members of Grizzco and kind of try to keep the members back as much as they can. And they're doing an excellent job of it, and they're going to go ahead and just take that timer right down to the 0, and Joe Biden is going to take game number 1.
We've seen that at first, Grizzco Worker Union did have control, and they were in the lead for a while. But we see that Joe Biden was able to just use their comp effectively and make sure that they can turn that around and take the lead and win the game.
Yeah, and it's so difficult, especially with brine water. That zone in the middle is so small. It's so small, and so especially when you have a lot more shooter and a lot more inking on your side, I feel that zone is just so easy to flip back and forth, and we definitely saw that in that round. Both teams were just kind of flipping that zone back and forth and trying to tick points down as much as they can. But I think Joe Biden being able to get that soft wipe kind of near the end there on Grizzco. Grizzco was having some trouble trying to break back out into mid, and trying to give themselves some time to try to get, not only look for picks, but give themselves time to get some ink down and try to get something cooking. And I do think that the E-Leader on the side of Joe Biden really applied a lot of pressure, kind of made them feel a little bit nervous to try to go out into that mid area. So that was definitely well played by Joe Biden, and they definitely had a lot more inking power and inking coverage to really be in their favor to try to take that one for sure.
We've seen that Grizzco Worker Union, they had the correct comp, but they just got scared of the E-Leader. But all they needed, they just needed that their splat lane, their hydro splat lane, to just get rid of that E-Leader at least one time so they can keep control of the splat zones.
Yeah, and especially too, it kind of seemed like the Hydra didn't really have a lot of space to try to get super set up, and was almost like maybe having a little bit of trouble trying to find like some good footing and try to get their Booyah Bomb to go to the right place at the right time. And I think Joe Biden was really able to bring the pressure that game and to kind of keep the members of Grizzco at bay and really like hold them back effectively, so they couldn't really get something started on that map. So definitely well played by Joe Biden in that one. But moving on to round number 2, we're going into tower control on Undertow Spillway. This is definitely a really interesting game too, I gotta say, and I'm really curious to see kind of what we're gonna get cooking here. Lucky, tell me what you're kind of thinking and what you're seeing about these comps.
Well, personally, I'm not a big fan of tower control on Undertow Spillway. I feel like depending on the comp, this can make this really easy. For how really open this map is, you really just need a sniper, to say, which we see that Grizzco Workers Union does have. So their E-Leader or their sniper can be very effective in making sure that Joe Biden cannot keep control of the tower for too long. All it does is just to get up on that little spot near their base and just snipe away.
Oh my gosh, though, but Joe Biden with that special collab there that we just saw happening on that tower, that bubble came out taking onto that first checkpoint, and then the crab being popped right after it to try to keep the members of Grizzco back as best as possible. And they're going to go ahead and just take it right to this second checkpoint pretty effortlessly at that. But I think Grizzco's pretty keen onto what's happening on the side of Joe Biden, and they're going to be able to throw that tri-strike out to try to clear the way as best as possible. But that Booyah Bomb is going to come out and provide excellent coverage, and we're going to see the machine getting a double pick there and jumping back onto that tower. The tower not really able to go back super far, and we're going to go ahead and bust that second checkpoint for Joe Biden. And Grizzco Workers now throwing out that tri-strike. They're going to try to make as much space as possible and try to maintain as best as they can. But Joe Biden is definitely giving them a lot of trouble. These specials coming out for Joe Biden are just coming out one by one, and they're utilizing them so well.
I just love seeing people or players using their specials correctly. How they use their bubble and the crab to make sure that they could just keep control of the tower so no one else could get on. Because the bubble is a really great special. It's great for keeping you protected, and you can always jump to it if you die. And using Crab King to to combo with it is such a great move and great strategy by Joe Biden.
Yeah, and you can see Grizzco now is really trying to get something cooking, but this map is just so yellow and so intimidating, and the members of Joe Biden are doing so well at trying to just kind of jump on and off that tower to keep it in the same spot, but while also looking for picks and taking picks out at the same time. They're going to go ahead, and they've almost got that third checkpoint started, it looks like, with Booyah Bomb now coming out with actually, unfortunately, 2 members down on the side of Joe Biden, which actually might end that push for them. But now the members of Grizzco are going to go ahead and try to get something cooking here with having a member on the tower, and we're pushing it back into mid. And we're going to go ahead and just make our way to that first checkpoint and try to see if we can get some tick damage down and going. And that tri-strike now coming out for excellent defense to keep on that tower and to keep that second checkpoint, or that first checkpoint going. And we're going to go ahead and break it. But again, that map is looking so yellow. Joe Biden is doing such a good job of keeping this map coverage and in their favor, and I think that Grizzco is really struggling to try to see where they can make an effective play.
Now, Saf, if you haven't noticed yet, we have not seen the E-leader
Going
be
down.
very... Hello? Okay.
Oh my goodness, a little bit of technical difficulty here. I thought that the stream went down for, it looks like the stream went down for just a moment.
Now, if
Okay.
we... Now, if you people... Now, if now, have anyone seen that we haven't seen the E-leader be, you know, very present in this game. We do see that they are trying to get their snipes off, but Joe Biden hasn't been able to hasn't been sniped just yet, and they have been able to keep control of their tower. They have been able to be very aggressive and being very controlling, pushing Grizzco away, and we see that they managed to get the win off of Grizzco. The map has been very yellow, making it a little harder for Grizzco to just be able to get onto the tower very efficiently and very effectively.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, the members of Joe Biden, their special coordination is just phenomenal, and they really brought it and could really exhibit that in that second game for sure, especially with that earlier crab bubble combo that we saw, and that really got them a solid lead onto that second checkpoint. And what I just loved about their gameplay in that second game was that they really were, like, when the members of Grizzco were on the respawn and they kept on trying to come out, and especially on that left side, the members of Joe Biden kept jumping on and off that tower to make sure that it would still stay in that corner. It wasn't quite moving forward or backward, but they kept trying to keep it in that corner until they were able to get the picks that they needed in order to keep getting momentum and pushing it forward. And again, it's another one of those instances where you could see where the callouts are happening. You could see live, especially once they got that tower past that second checkpoint and onto that third checkpoint, with the members jumping up onto that platform and applying so much aggression. And lucky, like you said, the E-leader just could not be as present in that game. And I think Joe Biden just really brought the aggression in that second one. And it was definitely what got them the win there.
I feel like if the E-leader just had a little bit of space and had a little bit of protection, that they could have been able just to, you know, be able to get those snipes off one by one, so that their teammates could have had a little bit of an easier time to keep control of the tower. But Joe Biden is a very aggressive team, so they couldn't. So the E-leader could just never find the right space and the right spot to just be able to go sniping.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what can make it so difficult too, especially when you're trying to backline and to help out with help out your team. But if you have such an aggressive opposing team coming after you, it's so hard to try to maintain space and to try to get set up and to get something cooking. And it was so hard for Grizzco to do that. But it looks like we're actually going to be taking another break before we start our next set. So don't go anywhere. Round 4 from the Inca V28 is coming up next.
And welcome back, guys. You know, your favorite old commentators. It's Lucky, and it's my good friend Saf. How do you feel, Saf, after this break?
I feel refreshed, rejuvenated, and everything in between, Lucky. I'm excited to go and bust on into round number 4 here on From the Ink Up Week 28. And our next 2 teams, which it sounds like you have a little bit of a bias here for our next 2 ones. We have PureChaos versus Reefresh.
I am very excited to see Reefresh. I have been a huge Reefresh fan. I love watching them play, and I'm just excited to see them.
Okay, very cool. And something that's really interesting too, that's been shared with us is that these next map modes that we have coming up for you on deck are really good for Reefresh. These are map mode combos that they prefer and that they really like, and so I'm curious to see how PureChaos is going to be able to handle a map mode combo that might be in favor of the other team. And so I'm excited to see what we're gonna come up with here, and especially going back to a Splatoon 2 favorite, which is Clam Blitz on Inkblot Art Academy. Lucky, what are kind of your thoughts on that map mode combo?
Clam Blitz on Inkblots. Well, one, I'm originally not really a big fan of Clamlets, but Inkblot Art Academy, I've never liked, even from 2. It's never been really my favorite weapon, or my favorite map. I just never really enjoyed it that much.
Interesting. I really do enjoy Inkblot, and I especially like it on these other modes. Not so much for Splatstones because you have that giant tower in the middle, which can be kind of daunting, I feel, on Splatstones, with having to try to figure out how to move around it. But being able to take that out and have the 2 stacks in the middle, I'm very excited and happy to see that as well. So right out the bat here, we have some pretty cool comps going on here. We have Aang on that carbon roller for the side of Reefresh, which is pretty neat. And we also have a Stamper coming out for the side of PureChaos. And so, Lucky, kind of tell me, what are you seeing here? What are kind of your initial thoughts?
Well, I'm seeing on Refresh, I'm seeing that they have a roller on, which is actually very fascinating for the fact that we're playing Clam Blitz, and roller can be really good on Clam Blitz, depending on which roller you're playing. With the one they're playing the I think that is Carbon. Carbon roller is a great weapon for Clam Blitz. It's fast moving and it can get really good kills.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see kind of what both teams are kind of bringing to the table. We're a little bit stagnant here, but now we can see that the clam economy is actually going to be on the side of Refresh. So we're going to have that clam just kind of in their pocket. They're kind of waiting to make a safe passage up to that basket, and they're going to go ahead and go for that pop, even though having 1 member down, but 3 members down for the side of PureChaos, and Refresh is just going to go ahead and throw as many clams in there as possible. They're going to try to maintain that plat space as best as they can, but it looks like the members of PureChaos are able to come out of spawn pretty effortlessly there, and they're able to kind of get that basket closed at the 56 mark. And I gotta say, that map is looking pretty yellow for the side of PureChaos. PureChaos is doing an excellent job of trying to maintain some map control and getting back out into the map even after getting so close to a wipeout.
We also see that, well, we can see that Refresh obviously was a lot, they said their best map in most, but we also see that PureChaos is trying to make sure, they're trying to push in with their super clan, but it seems like they cannot just break through Refresh.
Yeah, and Refresh too, I think, is sitting pretty cozy at their 56, even though there's still 3 minutes left in this game. They're able to play a pretty constructive defense here, but now PureChaos, with using that tri-strike to clear some space underneath that basket, they're going to go ahead and just get that power clam in there and get that pop in, and we're now going to see that we're going to get a couple straight clams in there now, with 3 members going down on the side of Refresh, and the wipeout now happening for PureChaos, and Refresh is now going to go ahead and respawn, and man, PureChaos really close to get, or actually getting the lead, from Refresh there in that push. With there's only 3 clams difference, or like a power clam and 3 clams difference for Refresh to try to see if they can make a proper response to try to get that lead back.
We see that Refresh got a little too comfortable and they ended up losing So will they be able to just, you know, regroup, get their group together, and be able to use their comms to be able to just push through like they did that first time, and be able to just, you know, get that lead back and make sure that they get far enough into the lead so that they can just sit there comfortably and just make sure that they play defensively.
Yeah, and two, I love seeing Zilly here using their Zipcaster now for the second or third time into this game, providing, like, not only trying to provide a bit of a distraction for PureChaos, but also trying to see if they can try to get picks and displace the members of Reefresh off of that platform to try to see if they can maybe create some space to try to get a power clam in there. But unfortunately, with Zilly going down, you have at least one crab up on the side of Reefresh, and we're going to go ahead. Lotus is going to go ahead and pop that right now with two members on the side of PureChaos going down, and the clam economy is on the side of Reefresh, so this is definitely a good opportunity for them to try to make a proper response here. And now they have a power clam and some change in their possession, just trying to see if they can look for an opening here to try to get in. But it looks like the flank is actually going to come out for the side of PureChaos, and two members of Reefresh are going to go down, but still two specials online for Reefresh to try and to provide a little bit more defense and to try to see if they can push the members of PureChaos back.
We see that PureChaos is clearly just, you know, not worrying as much because of the fact that they are lead, and they also, and there's only a minute. I believe that PureChaos might just think that Refresh will not be able to come in, but we also see that Refresh has broken into their base, but they sadly don't have a power clan. But they throw it in, and now they have it in with Refresh taking the lead with 20 seconds left on the clock. Will PureChaos be able to come back and be able to take the lead again, or will this just be a win for Refresh?
Yeah, and oh my gosh, two members too on that respawn for PureChaos going down, with Refresh able to get just a few more clams into that basket. But now with 7 seconds left and two power clams in the possession of PureChaos, this is going to bring this game into overtime. So Refresh really needs to try to play some proper defense here to keep the members of PureChaos out. And you can see Zilly going down while mid Spider-Man special, trying to set up a play there to try to get in, and a beautiful double by Legacy there in that corner. Unfortunately, the Tacticooler trying to get something cooking there to get some members some fuel to get going, but unfortunately, PureChaos is going to go down in chaos, and that game is going to go to Refresh.
Now, if a lot of people like me thought that Refresh couldn't come back for this, we would have been completely wrong. Refresh was able to just break through into their base and get that one small little power climb in there and be able to take the lead as fast as they can away from PureChaos. We can see that Refresh clearly was not lying when they said that these are their best modes and maps.
Yeah, and what I love to see too, just kind of at that last push that Refresh had to get it down to the 23 mark, you could see all four members kind of moving in like a half arc formation. You had two people going up that ramp and providing a bunch of pressure, but then you had two other members coming around that right side, coming up the opposite ramp as well to try to paint the back bit of that platform so that it offered Refresh plenty of space to be able to try to move around and to try to escape as well, because PureChaos really came out of their spawn swinging on that respawn. And fortunately with two members going down though, they were still able to clear the platform like just lickety split, and they were able to get right back out into mid to try and to make a response and try to get two power clams into that basket. But man, the defense though on Refresh was just outstanding that game, and I'm curious to know, Lucky, what are you kind of trying to look forward to, especially going into this next game, and with that kind of aggression that we were seeing on the side of Refresh going into splat zones on Museo de Alfonso. We got our tickets and we're returning back to the museum for some splat zones. So I'm curious to know, what are you trying to see come out on this next one?
Well, if PureChaos does want to be able to make this round 1-1, I feel like as they should bring maybe one sniper and one roller, so that the roller can make sure that they can get the ink in on the splat zone, and that sniper can get off picks so that they can push away Refresh from splat zones. But Refresh is, as Refresh said, that this is their best map and mode. So they probably already have a comp down and ready to go to be able to ensure they can take this win and win this round.
Yeah, and I want to know too, especially if Aang is gonna go ahead and bring that carbon roller back into the fray here, and especially just because it's so important, especially when you're playing such a short range weapon, that you need to be very skillful and very patient in your sharking methods. And so I'm curious to know, especially with that aggressive front line that we were seeing from Reefresh, like where that kind of maybe Ninja Squid or that sharking is going to really come into play for them. And once again, I gotta shout out Zilly as well for their excellent Zipcaster plays. By the way, the Spider-Man special, it's called Zipcaster, if you didn't know that. But I love seeing their Zipcaster plays, and I loved seeing a lot of like distraction tactic coming out from them in that last game, and I definitely think Reefresh struggled a little bit with trying to displace. But oh my goodness, okay, we have quite a bit of a change up here coming out for PureChaos. Lucky, what are you seeing?
I am seeing a very different comp. You know, with the, like, as I thought, I think one of them would bring a sniper, but instead of a sniper, they brought a Swiffer, which is, you know, it's a very, you know, it's not the greatest weapon for splat zones because you have to play kind of close, but not too close. And but the ink strikes for PureChaos are going to be very, very helpful to make sure that they can push Reefresh back. But also, seeing that they have a swipe or a Swiffer on PureChaos, you can also be very helpful with that being weapon having a very, very good special, the Stamper.
Yeah, and PureChaos, it definitely does not have as much inking power on their side in comparison to Reefresh here, because you have the Custom Junior and two Splash Crabs coming out for Reefresh, and especially with the E-Leader too, to kind of provide that overseeing eye in the back plat to try to maybe displace the members of PureChaos a little bit. And as the name implies, PureChaos is definitely bringing out a pretty chaotic comp here. I love seeing that they brought out a Squiffer. Definitely something that is a little bit more midline, but still providing a little bit of bubble coverage for them, and especially also having that Splatana kind of in their back pocket with that stamp too. And you gotta love seeing the Vanilla Pro coming out to play as well, which you don't really get to see as often. Again, which is why I enjoy low level so very much, because you just get to see some weapons that really don't get to shine as often. But now we're gonna see that Reefresh has a pretty decent lead here at the 46, but PureChaos is going to go ahead and actually step up to the plate here with the clock now ticking down. Still plenty of time left in this game for the zone to be flipped either way, but PureChaos is going to go ahead and just have a very strong hold on the zone for right now, and Reefresh is kind of struggling to get back out into mid.
Now we can see that if Reefresh can just use their two splashes correctly and just be able to make sure that they they can grab at the same time, that they can push PureChaos so far back where they can maybe get that extra 42 seconds on their thing away and be able to just bring them down to at least 30. But we also see that PureChaos has been very effective with them also having a crab tank and a Trizuka. This is a very chaotic those are two very chaotic, you know, specials, so it really matches their name being PureChaos.
Yeah, and as we were both kind of talking down about the Squiffer a little bit, the Squiffer actually just got a triple right on the screen there, and the zone was able to flip. Just PureChaos, the zone was able to flip back into their favor. But now Reefresh is gonna go ahead and actually get a wipeout right after that triple coming out, and Reefresh is gonna go ahead and try to take as much space as they can and utilize that wipeout to the best of their ability, which they are absolutely doing. This map is definitely very purple right now, and PureChaos, if I was them, I would be a little bit concerned here, but that Tri-Strike is going to come out and almost take control of the zone back, but unfortunately with 3 members of PureChaos going down, once again, the penalty for Reefresh is now over, and they're going to go ahead and start ticking down those points as quickly as possible.
I'm very glad to see that Reefresh were able to use their specials, and we also see that going in taking over this splat zone. That was a very great special done by the Swiper or Stamper, yeah. whichever one. Though that's a Stamper is really great. It's probably one of the greatest specials in this game for the fact that how easy it is to kill with, and also how much ink it can produce just really quickly.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, I really gotta hand it to the Squiffer player. They're doing their best to try to give as much space as possible for their teammates to get back out into this map and provide enough pressure onto the members of Reefresh to try to get a little bit of a push going in to try to maintain some map control. And Reefresh now being down at the 9 mark with almost 30 seconds left in this game. PureChaos has got to hold the zone to break their penalty and to get some points ticking down. But now we have one member each down on both teams now, with 2 members down on the side of Reefresh. But the E-Leader having that special online and kind of just waiting, it seems like, for their teammates to try to come back into this map before they throw that wave breaker. And there it goes, right next to mid there. You see that wave breaker going down right by mid, and they're going to try to see if they can clear the space as best as possible. But unfortunately, PureChaos is kind of keen to what's going on, and they have 2 seconds left to take the lead, and they're going to go ahead and take the lead right before overtime happens. Oh, man.
That was a great play by PureChaos. They knew that how they lost the last round, and they decided to come back and just absolutely destroy and be able to keep control of that. At first they were losing. They didn't have the lead. The Refresh was at 9, and they had a penalty in 43 seconds, but they were able to just play smart. They used their comms, and they took control of that ink zone, and they took the win, with now leaving this game at 1-1.
Wow, what an insane comeback. This is our first 1-1 of the evening, with our first 3 rounds kind of being in a 2-0 sweep. Man, Refresh really came back. Refresh really had a strong opening in that first game, but PureChaos, wow, coming out strong in that second game. And especially, I really think that Squiffer was such a change up for them. And man, that Squiffer Yui was playing was providing so much pressure and so much space, and they were utilizing their bubble just at the right moment and popping it at, like, on the sides of the zone to try to give their teammates enough space to try to break back in. And definitely getting a little bit of a wipe there, and being able to utilize their comms and utilize the map to the best of their ability with what they had. And especially against a double crab composition, PureChaos was able to combat that in those last few seconds so well and getting the lead. Man, taking us to match point here, and really lucky. I'm convinced that this could be anybody's game here based on these 2 games.
It's really down to just who knows how to play this map and mode with the right comp. What I'm hoping to see from Refresh here is at least 1 bubble and 1 crab tank. If they use that comp, they will be able to keep control of that tower and just fly right through the whole game with maybe even a knockout.
Yeah, and especially we're excited. You can tell we're excited, viewers in chat. We're excited to be going into Game 3, and our Game 3 for this round is going to be tower control on Mako Mart. Lucky kind of alluded to there. And I agree with you. Definitely crab, definitely some bubbles to be had here on this one. And just, wow, both teams really showed that they can coordinate specials very well just based on those 2 games. And yeah, I'm just like... I'm like smiling so big right now because it's so cool to see that happen, and especially being in the group stage now with both teams coming out so strong in each game. It's going to be really interesting to see who's going to come out on top here. And yes, PureChaos is going to go back with the comp that they had originally, but they're going to switch out that Splatana for a Stamper, and we're going to have the Zipcaster returning.
And we see that Refresh ended up going with that bubble and crab tank, or that bubble and crab tank comp. This could just be an easy win for Refresh. They just need to get that bubble down on that tower and put that crab tank up, and they can just zoom right through PureChaos.
Yeah, and we also have the double Booyah Bomb coming out on the side of Refresh as well. That's definitely going to be super helpful with keeping those checkpoints for themselves and to try to clear as much space as possible. But now we're going to see Zilly actually get a triple kill here in the first 30 seconds of the game. PureChaos definitely having a lot of space to try to take that tower, and they're going to go ahead and start cruising on down to checkpoint number 1.
One of my friends, he plays this weapon, and it's just so fascinating seeing them just, you know, zip cast and get a kill zip cast away. The zip cast is probably the most underrated special in this game. Not too much people talk about it, but it's a great weapon for just going in, getting a kill, and leaving immediately like you were never there.
Yeah, I agree with you there. It's definitely a great one to get up close and personal, but it's also so great for escape. And we're gonna see Zilly now trying to come in and take that Hydra out with them, unfortunately trying to go for maybe a trade there, but the Hydra was able to take them out. And now the Hydra is really pushed up here, trying to apply as much pressure as they can to try to get on this tower. Tower now gonna go back to mid, and Luca's actually gonna go ahead and just take 2 picks with them as they get that tower moving. But unfortunately going down, this tower has kind of just been sitting in the middle here between these 2 checkpoints for both of these teams. Both teams kind of struggling to get it past these 2 checkpoints. So you can tell that there is a lot on the line here for both sides. Both sides are really bringing the aggression here to try to take this set for themselves.
I'm very excited to see this. It's like they're the exact same team going against each other. It's the same skill against each other. It's just to see who knows how to play their comp better than the other team.
Yeah, and Lotus Eater here now is going to go ahead and bring out this Booyah Bomb to try to throw it towards that checkpoint to make as much ink as possible and give themselves the space that they need to try to take this first checkpoint. And it looks like now Reefresh is going to have the lead here, but unfortunately Lotus trying to get set up on that tower but going down, but giving enough space for Luca to try to get set up. But now 3 members of Reefresh going down, unfortunately, with 2 specials online for the side of PureChaos, and PureChaos painting that map just so effortlessly, getting so much yellow down on that map and just walking their way over to that first checkpoint with that bubble sitting right on top to provide them as much defense as possible. And just 1 second left, and they're going to go ahead and take that first checkpoint, and they're going to go ahead and also take the lead here away from Refresh. And we're just kind of tit for tatting through this whole match, just little points at a time for trying to hold lead.
This is very exciting to see. We finally see that bubble from the Refresh come up, but sadly it was not landed on time where they're and they sadly died. We have not been seeing too much of this double bouillon that Refresh has. It is a bit unfortunate. All they need to do is just put that double bouillon bomb down, throw up that bubble crab tank, and that's just an easy 3-2-1, maybe even 2 checkpoints for Refresh.
Yeah, and now we're going to see PureChaos is going to go ahead and move this checkpoint back to that first checkpoint and try to get it past there with the Try Ink Strike coming out to try to see if we can get a member on there to try to push it a little bit further. But now Agent is actually going to go down with On-Card getting a really optimal pick there. And especially now 2 members trying to jump on in and using that Booyah Bomb as cover for both of their teammates to try to jump back in and to try to cover up their jump spots, which I think could be an excellent play if you do it properly and you're able to time it right. But now we see that the Refresh is actually going to take the lead here with the wipeout going down on PureChaos. This is Refresh's moment to try to get as many points as possible before the members of PureChaos are able to try to set up again.
And they made sure that they used it correctly. They threw up the bubble, and then they threw up the crab tank right after, so that they could get past the first checkpoint and get straight to the second checkpoint. That's all they needed to do. The crab tank and the bubble are such great tanky weapons or specials that can make sure that you can keep control of whatever you need. And we are also waiting for Refresh to ink more of the map, because we can see that PureChaos is looking very more yellow than it should be.
Well, now we see, too, that, as you were saying, there's that Booyah Bomb coming out to try to keep members of PureChaos off that tower. But now PureChaos is going to respond with a wipeout of their own. And they're going to go ahead and get this tower moving on down to that second checkpoint with 1 second left to go, putting us into almost overtime. And they're going to take the lead right at the end. It's like game number 2, PureChaos coming in strong into the second half of this set. Oh, man.
And if you guys have noticed, we see PureChaos has managed to win by 1 point in both rounds.
Yeah, just 1 point, taking it right down to overtime, right at the end, down to overtime, and taking the win right at the end. Oh my gosh, if I was on PureChaos right now, I would be, not only would I be sweating, but I would just be jumping for joy at those last 2 games. Man, very well done and well played by PureChaos, and very well played as well by Reefresh. Reefresh was definitely not going down without a fight that one. I mean, that game was pretty neutral for most of it until we kind of got down to that last minute. And especially, I was feeling it for Reefresh when they got that initial wipeout. They got such a good lead at the 35, which definitely I felt that they were pretty comfortable with, and they were comfortable with going for trades at that point. But then PureChaos coming in and getting the wipeout at the right moment, and they were able to utilize their specials as best as they could. They got the crab on the tower as soon as they got to checkpoint number 2, and then taking the lead right as overtime started. Oh my gosh, that's just, you love to see it. Simply put, you love to see it.
We've seen that both teams had a somewhat good comp, but our comp with specials, all it meant was Reefresh just could not use their specials correctly. They had a 2 Booyah Bomb and Crab Tank and Bubble, but they could not time them correctly. Well, we had PureChaos on the other side, making sure that they timed their specials and making sure that they can push Reefresh so that they couldn't get too close.
Yeah, absolutely. I loved seeing what both comps were trying to bring to the table there, and I definitely think that Reefresh had really good special composition in terms of having not only a double booyah, but having 1 crab and 1 bubble. They had such an excellent special composition going for them, but I think PureChaos was really just able to navigate that map a lot better, and they were able to kind of utilize the specials of their own. And I gotta, once again, I gotta say that Yui with that bubble, being able to pop that bubble like right before they were about to take lead, and then also Zilly coming out with that zip caster as well to provide not only some pressure but also distraction, and they were able to really displace the Hydra on Reefresh. And the Hydra was kind of, I think, having a little bit of trouble trying to find a proper spot to set up, and also trying to get Ink down to try to provide some coverage for their teammates. And it can just be so difficult when you have such an aggressive front line coming at you to really try to get something going. And man, PureChaos just really brought it those second 2 games. I'm flabbergasted, Lucky. That was so fun to watch.
That was an exhilarating game, and I love to see it, and I hope you guys enjoy it too. But we're gonna take a a couple minute break, so don't go anywhere, and stay here.
Hey everybody, welcome on back. We're going into our final round for group stage of From the Ink Up, week 28, and I'm still here with my friend Lucky. Lucky, how you feeling after this break? How are you feeling going into round number 5?
I'm feeling very excited. You know, I see the teammates on these two teams look very interesting, and I'm kind of rooting for one of the teams here.
I'm super excited to be here with you and to be going into this final round. It's going to be really cool to see. And our teams tonight that we have are Toolbox versus the Ink Raiders. We're going to be opening this round 5 for you tonight on Rainmaker Scorch Gorge. So I'm super excited to see what's going to be brought to the table here. Lucky, is there anything that you're looking forward to on this one?
You know, with this map with the map Scorch Gorge with Rainmaker, I'm pretty excited. Scorch Gorge is definitely one of my favorite maps in this whole game. Top 1 map. It's just so much fun. I enjoy playing it in Turf War. I enjoy playing it in Ranked. I just enjoy the map. It's so pretty. It's just amazing in every kind of way.
Yeah, and I really like this one on Rainmaker as well, and especially with having a backline on the team. There's so much opportunity and so much open space to try to utilize, and making it difficult for people to try to hide. So I'm curious to see like what is going to be brought to the table here by both of these teams. And just right out the gate, absolutely, you see that E-Leader on one side, and then you have for Black Ink Raiders, you actually have an Ink Brush and a Range Blaster. Hello, Ink Raiders. I'm curious to see what's going to be cooking up here.
I have not seen somebody play Ink Brush in a while, so this is going to be actually very fascinating. Also with the Range Blaster, that is a great weapon. There's a lot of people that I know who play that weapon and who are extremely good with it. It's just like, it's really good, and it has everything you need. It has the range, but it also has the damage that you need to put in.
Yeah, and right out the gate here, we're going to see that Toolbox is going to get a lot of space going in mid. They're going to actually take 2 members down of Toolbox, and they're just going to go almost right up to that first checkpoint. But Ink Raiders really quick on the respawns here to try to take them out as quickly as possible. You're going to see Lime popping that Killer Whale too right onto the Rainmaker and right into that platform to try to clear as much space as possible. But you're also going to have that Tri-Strike coming down, forcing the members of Ink Raiders to reset that Rainmaker back into mid. And this map is looking pretty yellow right now, so Toolbox definitely has a lot of control, but it looks like Ink Raiders are actually going to be the ones to make that Rainmaker pop. And wow, I've never seen a map change color so quickly, Lucky.
I know, they are inking extremely fast, and they are making sure that they can just keep as much room as they can, so that when they do end up getting the Rainmaker, it's an easy swim over to the checkpoint.
Yeah, and now with 3 members of Toolbox going down, you can see that the Ink Raiders definitely have quite the numbers advantage right now, and they definitely are going to try to utilize that numbers advantage as quickly as possible. And you're going to see now the Ink Brush is actually going to pick up that Rainmaker and just flirting with that pedestal, almost getting to be able to climb up and break it. But now they're actually going to pick it up once again, and they're going to go ahead and get the wipeout. Toolbox is going to get the wipeout on Ink Raiders, but Ink Raiders is going to go ahead and break that pedestal at the 68 mark. And now it is Toolbox's turn to pick up that Rainmaker and try to make a proper response. And that map is looking pretty yellow as well. You can see that Ink Strike is coming out, and you can also see that there was a little bit of a crab skirmish going on into mid as well.
We can see that Toolbox is being very, trying to be as controlling as they can. We see that they have a lot of room on the map, and they're trying to get to that one checkpoint right there because that's the closest. But sadly, but the one with the Rainmaker does sadly get hit. We see that another person is trying to open it up so that they can get back the Rainmaker and get to that checkpoint that's right there. The only bad part about that checkpoint is it's right inside the base, and it's a very dangerous checkpoint to try to get to.
Yeah, and I'm curious as to why Toolbox is going to try to keep going for that checkpoint originally, because it's a very vulnerable spot. Like, you're absolutely correct. It's such a vulnerable spot, and especially having that checkpoint on the right side being a lot more bottlenecked in, it's kind of more difficult to try to get picks, especially because you're in such close quarters. And on that right side, too, is the edge of the map. So you don't want to go off the edge of the map, but you also don't want to trap yourself on a wall either. So Toolbox is unfortunately not going to get the checkpoint pop that they were looking for, and 3 members now going down with 1 special online for Toolbox of the sole member. Ink Raiders is going to go ahead and pick up that Rainmaker and just mosey their way back into the spawn of Toolbox, and they're doing an excellent job of trying to provide as much space as possible to get that Rainmaker moving, but unfortunately just getting a few more points.
We see that Toolbox is now currently almost in the lead at 72 to 60. Well, can they just manage to get that Rainmaker and just push those extra couple of seconds to get in control?
Yeah, and they do still have that checkpoint to be popped also. So Ink Raiders is sitting pretty comfortably here with only trying to get to that last checkpoint. So Toolbox still has to break checkpoint and get a few more points, at least 8 more points on that board to try to tie up this lead. But Toolbox now having such great map control in mid, and they're definitely looking now at that left side once again. But unfortunately, just, that bomb pushing the Rainmaker off of that grapes part, unfortunately, but they were able to get so close and just get a couple more, another point onto that board. But Toolbox says, you know what, we're not going to let that deter us. We're going to go ahead and try this one more time. We're going to pick up that Rainmaker. You can see that there's 2 members of Toolbox trying to defend as best as they can, trying to create a pathway for them. But man, Ink Raiders, especially with having those missiles online, making it so hard for them to have the space to try to push up.
We see that Toolbox is struggling just a little bit because of the fact that they have Ink Strike and they also are throwing many bombs. So it's a little bit harder for Toolbox to be able to push up as far as they want to because there's not enough room and there's not enough ink to be able to go through. That grader right there to that one checkpoint is extremely hard to get to because of the fact that you have to walk exposed all the way through.
Yeah, and you can see, too, the Rainmaker there kind of hiding behind that ramp a little bit, but the Ink Strike for the Black Ink Raider, for Ink Raiders coming out and pushing that Rainmaker back and kind of trapping them on that platform and just preventing them from going any further, just creating a wall of blue ink from preventing them from going any further. And so Ink Raiders is going to go ahead and take that one. But man, the effort on Toolbox's side for that one, Lucky, I'm so impressed. The confidence that they had to try to push that left checkpoint multiple times, was just so impressive. And I think that can sometimes work in your favor, but I feel that Ink Raiders were just very quickly to shut them down, and shut down that push as quick as possible. And they definitely were able to maintain their lead very well and play really good defense.
And it's just like Ink Raiders were very, aggressive, and they were very controlling. There was no way that Toolbox were able to get through that left checkpoint because of the fact that Ink Raiders knew what they were trying to do and made sure that they couldn't get through. And if I do say so myself, I love the way that all these players, I love their banners, and I love the way that their Inklings and Octolings look. They're very stylish and they're very nice looking.
Yeah, I agree with you there. That's nobody talks about that as much, Lucky. So I'm glad that you brought that up. Just bringing in not just the style of coming into these games. Everybody's got their own taste of what they like to wear and what they like to match together with their weapons. And I think that's such a neat feature that we have with the Fresh Fits feature, that you're able to preset different outfits and weapons that you think that go well together and that you like to use together. I love seeing that, and I totally agree with you. Both teams just definitely brought so much style to their looks into that game. But, moving on now into game number 2, we're going into Clam Blitz on Brinewater Springs. Personally, I really love this map mode combo. It's definitely the one of the most linear maps that we have in this game, but Clam Blitz to me on this one is so much fun because where the baskets are located is just in such a tight spot, and it's so interesting to see how people either clear the space for themselves or to see how 1v1s kind of play out. Is there anything that you're kind of looking forward to based on what we've seen so far, Lucky?
From what we've seen so far, the comp on Clam Blitz, especially on Brinewater, can be very mixed because of the fact that there's so many weapons and specials that can be played on Brinewaters, especially with the fact that Clam Blitz is mixed in too, that it could just be any type of weapon that you can play. I personally am not a big fan of Brinewater because of the fact of how open it is and how easy and how small it is. But if you play a weapon like Ink Strike or Booyah Bomb, it could make your time at Brinewater Springs just a little bit easier.
Completely agree with you there. And it looks like Toolbox is actually going to bring out a pretty similar comp to what we saw last time as well. But I believe that we're swapping into that blaster because I don't think we saw that blaster last time. And that Rage Blaster with Brush is still going to be brought out on Ink Raiders as well. So we have pretty similar compositions coming out into this second game. So I'm curious to see, especially because the space clears being the Tri-Ink Strike on both sides, how that's going to be utilized in order to try to not only get some ground coverage, but also to try to maintain space in front of that basket.
Though I do want to correct you on one part. I don't think that's a range blaster. I think it's the rapid blaster. But that is still a really good weapon to play with the ink brush.
Well, we do still have a blaster though on the side of Toolbox. They do have a blaster, but there is still also a range blaster coming into play. But it looks like Ink Raiders is actually going to make a pretty successful pop here and get quite a bit of clams in there, back down to the 44 mark as well. But man, Toolbox really getting a quick response time there and able to get a lot of ink coverage back down in front of that basket, with now having a pity clam in their possession and a few clams as well to try to make another clam. That crab is going to try to drop down into mid now for Ink Raiders, and Ink Raiders is actually going to take really nice control of mid here. You can see that those clams now spawning right underneath that basket, and Bongo's kind of just waiting maybe for a couple more clams from a teammate to try to get a power clam going. And you could tell one of the members of Toolbox is trying to take them down before they could do that, but another power clam is going to go into that basket for Ink Raiders.
Now this is just going insane. Like we see that Ink Raiders are making sure that they can push in as far as they can to make sure that they can just pop open that clam thing and make sure that they can just throw in as many clams or maybe even power clams in to bring down as low as they can. We see that they have an 18-point penalty in 44, but we also just see that Toolbox was able to break it open and get it down to 80. But they had not thrown any clams in yet because of the fact that Ink Raiders are being very, very protected. They did manage to get a couple in, bringing it down to 74.
Yeah, and now with the soft wipe happening on the side of Toolbox, Ink Raiders had a lot quicker response time there, and really good clam economy at that, going into that response as well. A lot of ink coverage coming down on the side of Ink Raiders here, and you can definitely tell that they're trying to find and be patient and find another way back into that basket. They were able to pop twice, and now they're kind of trying to look and see if they can get in there for a third time, with one member going down. A really nice pick from Bongo, but unfortunately getting taken down by a bomb by the DS player on the side of Toolbox. And you can see that Toolbox is doing a good job of trying to keep their basket covered, but we do see that also that there is a pity clam in possession for Ink Raiders, and Ink Raiders is trying to see where they can try to flirt with the zone of the basket on Toolbox to try to see if they can try to get in there and push. But now we're kind of going back into a neutral game here with 2 minutes left.
All Toolbox needs to do is be able to get one clam win, and they can take the lead back as fast. We see that they have 2 power clams. Can they get the other power clam in? They just need to throw it in. Oh, but they couldn't throw it in time. With 64 to 44, and they take the lead with only 40 in. With 40 in, I think that's 30.
Oh my gosh, that Tri-Ink Strike coming out. They were able to not only get that one power clam in there, but and then the member with the second power clam going down. But there was 2 members right behind them, just kind of ready to pick it up as quick as possible. And that ink strike, I think, was perfectly timed in order to get enough ink coverage down so that the member responding to the death of their teammate to pick up that second clam to get it in there. And now you can see that Toolbox once again has 2 power clams in their possession, and they are definitely trying to look and see if they can make an entry point here into Ink Raiders' basket. But Ink Raiders, I think, is doing a really awesome job of trying to provide as much defense as they can, and especially with 55 seconds left in this game, you could see that they went ahead and made a pop anyway, with a few more to be thrown in, with another clam in their possession, trying to find an opening to get in there. But unfortunately, I think that is where their push is going to end, with only 1 point difference between these 2 teams.
And we see that Toolbox is just about to throw another win. Oh, sadly get killed and couldn't throw it in. This just might be another 1-1 game, folks, which could lead it to being anyone's fully round.
Oh my gosh, you can tell both teams are trying to move as quickly as possible, but it looks like Ink Raiders is actually going to be the ones taking the lead here and getting a few more clams down to that 18 mark. With 12 seconds left on the clock, they just need a few more clams to try to keep that basket open as much as possible, or as long as possible before the game goes into overtime. But that is going to end their push right there. And especially with Toolbox having a couple of power clams in their pocket, we're going to actually see this game go into overtime. And you can see that Crab was trying to push back as much as possible, but you had the Wave Breaker coming out providing coverage. You have now the Ink Strike coming out providing coverage with one power clam going in, and they tried to make it in there as close as possible to get that second one in there, but the barrier just closed. Oh my gosh, you could tell that that was a fight to the death in those last few seconds there, Lucky.
That was an amazing game. That was very stress-inducing. You could feel how Team Toolbox felt when they felt like they were just about to win. You could feel and you could like hear them stressing, but sadly Ink Raiders comes in and they managed to be able to just hold them up for a couple of seconds longer to stop their push in time to win the game, leaving it a 2-0 round win to Ink Raiders.
Oh my gosh, and yeah, Toolbox definitely not having as much mobility that game, but they were still putting up such a good fight throughout that whole thing. I love, once again, I gotta repeat it, I love seeing how people try to utilize Ink Strike here when they make pushes, because as we saw in this earlier in the game, Toolbox was able to use their Ink Strike to try to get, they threw the ink strikes in a way to where it almost created not only a lot of ink in front of that basket, but it created a pathway to that basket in order for that first power clam break to go in there and to get a pop, and then also a follow-up with a few more clams. But Ink Raiders kind of flipped the switch and did the same exact thing. They were able to throw their ink strike in a way to where it created not only coverage and provided so much aggression and cleared the space in front of the basket, but they were able to get in there and get so many power clams and so much follow-up as well. That was amazing. So congratulations to Ink Raiders for taking that set.
That was great gameplay by both teams, and I really enjoyed just watching both of them play and watching them use their weapon specials at the times that they need to. It was a great gameplay by both teams.
Absolutely, and oh my gosh, I really also liked seeing the Dually Squelcher coming out as well, and coming out for both of those games. I really loved seeing that. Because I feel like sometimes Dually Squelcher is a little bit, it's kind of like a crapshoot whether or not it's going to work, or if it's going to kind of like maybe hinder the team a little bit. And I feel like the Dually Squelcher was such a great pick and was utilized so well in these last two games. And but that's going to do it for the group stage here tonight on From the Ink Up. And I'm so happy that I got to share the mic with you tonight, Lucky. Tell us where we can find you.
Well, you can add me on my Discord, or you can follow me on my Twitter at lucky__walker.
Beautiful. And once again, I am Safirea. You can find me on Twitter as well. That's at Safirea, 2 P's, 2 A's. Or if you want to just come on down and find me on Twitch, but I'm on hiatus right now, you can find me at twitch.tv/Safirea. And you guys don't go anywhere, because soon we are going to be going into the bracket stage of From the Ink Up Week 28. And we are so glad that we got to share this evening with you, and we hope to see you soon.
Thank you for having us, and have a great night, guys.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to From the Ink Up. We're getting into gold bracket here. We have our first match, overtime versus fish and chips. My name is Toma. I'm going to be here on the mic with you. And on the other side of the mic, I have my good friend Corgi. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, everybody. I'm Fire Corgi. I'm here to commentate for the first time for From the Ink Up. I'm very excited.
Yeah, so we're very excited to have you. We're getting ready to go into our first match here tonight. It's going to be on Tower Control Hagglefish Market. Tell me what you think about this map.
Tower Control Hagglefish is honestly one of my favorite maps. I think it's one of the few times that TC works really, really well in this game. I really like to see Bubble on this map. Blasters are really good with like the different ledges and little holes that you can peek through. Crab Tank is also obviously good, as crab is good everywhere, but you know, Splash-O-Matic, am I right?
Yes, we definitely have Splash coming out everywhere. Very popular choice in this meta right now. Very excited to see what kind of team comps we'll be seeing coming out from both teams. Not as familiar with Fish and Chips. Definitely no overtime. I've definitely seen some of the aggression that team can bring to the table, and I'm sure that we may see a Splash or two coming out on the side of them going in here. Very excited to see basically what both teams are going to be going in here. They're kind of middle seed here. We got seed 8, seed 9 on this gold bracket, so we're expecting a pretty balanced matchup as we are now loading into our first match coming in here. You see, we're gonna actually see a tri-stringer coming out on the side of overtime. That's pretty cool. Along with 2 juniors, a V Junior, C Junior, and T-Tech. And then on the other side, we have the, kind of more classic. We got a Splash, V Junior coming out, Slosher, and Flingza kind of acting as the anchor.
Yeah, I think this is really interesting. I think that the Stringer comp is really trying to focus on chip damage from the Splat Bombs and the torpedoes here, but we see that we're trading blows here. 2 people going down on each side as the whale comes out from the tri-stringer here, and yellow team is pushing the tower right now.
Yes, right now we do. We see overtime doing a good job holding here. You have that T-Tech on the tower, doing a great job holding space, getting these tri-strikes going out to try to clear out some efficient chips. You see them kind of taking advantage, moving forward. You got 2 on the base from overtime here. 1 does go down. This T-Tech is going to be able to get out. It's enough for overtime to get past this first checkpoint. But those defensive tri-strikes coming out, shredding that bubble, are going to stop the push there.
Yeah, the second checkpoint on this map is really, really difficult. So if they can get past that and they keep this push going here, possibly, if they get a couple picks, that could be really, really nice. But we see the missiles coming out from the Flingza here, pushing them back. So it seems like Fish and Chips is really starting to make their push here. They're popping Crab as well, but the strikes come out to counter, and that gets 2 of them.
Guys, great defense there from overtime. You can just see how beautifully this T-Tech is using this space, going forward, using their strikes, and just kind of clearing space in front of that tower for overtime to take advantage of, which is exactly what you want to see out of their Slayers. We see a beautiful pick coming out there onto that Flingza roller. I believe that was a bomb in tandem with the whale damage, and now they've got the Tri-Strike coming out too, picking off another player as overtime is zooming up to the second checkpoint and is looking good. Like, they're going to clear it. They do, and now they're going to advance to that third checkpoint. 2 down on the side of Fish and Chips. You have that Slosher and that Flingza up there doing everything that they can to try to stop that, but it does look like with 3 down on the side of Fish and Chips, it's going to be enough for overtime to break through that checkpoint and push it all the way to the KO.
I think it was a solid performance from both teams there. Overtime just really had that momentum after that second checkpoint, which I think is just a very, it's a thing that happens often on this map. It's really hard to get a good angle on the tower from the defending team after the second checkpoint. But there was a solid push from the side of Chips, like the retake that they had. Those strikes were just unfortunately got a double there.
Yeah, definitely agreed. It was, that defense was beautiful there, and overtime was really just kind of able to abuse that favorable terrain. You saw the T-Tech up on that right-hand side underneath the tent, just kind of throwing ink, throwing bombs, doing whatever they can to make Fish and Chips have a really hard time on that defense, but they certainly didn't give up there. It was a well-played game. We're going to be gearing up now to go into Rainmaker on Museum del Alfonsino for the second game. Fish and Chips going to need to take the victory here to keep their hopes alive. It is best of 3 here in the first match of Top Cut. Based on their comps from last time, what do you expect to see here?
I'm interested to see if they keep the double junior. As a junior player myself, I don't particularly enjoy junior on Museum, but it'll be interesting to see. I think in general, Fish and Chips comp, if they keep it the same, would probably work better. But we could possibly see the leader come out from the stringer player. I'm not exactly sure what they play. But I know from you play stringer and leader, so that's something that is possible from backline players. And the leader would be really strong here. Obviously, it's Museum. But if Fish and Chips doesn't have a dedicated backline to deal with the leader, if it possibly comes out, I think that could be an issue as well.
Yeah, it definitely can be. Range definitely dominates here on Museum. And especially in a mode like Rainmaker, where that Rainmaker can add a lot of pressure to a push. If you've only got short ranges, it can be really hard sometimes to find those approach options without getting splatted. So I definitely hope to see maybe a little bit more range coming out of Fish and Chips as we gear up to go into this game here very shortly. I believe we just have a few more seconds and we'll be loading in. Yes, here it is. We'll see what both teams are going to be picking out with. I imagine we will see some more range coming out. Still on the side of Overtime, we do see the Hydra come out, trading off for that Stringer. Going to be really good with Pop. And we see basically, actually, I believe the exact same comp coming out on the side of Fish and Chips. I think they're definitely here going to have to really utilize, I think, especially that Flings and those missiles to get that backline moved. You know, they won't have a range advantage, but if they can displace here and they can get Overtime on the run, it can definitely be a good move here. But Overtime going to take the early jump, doesn't get the checkpoint, but gets some points on the board.
Yeah, I think that the Flingza and the Crab are gonna, like, the missiles and the Crab are gonna be really important to move this Hydra, as they have immense popping power and they are the longest range thing in the lobby. We also see that 2 people go down from Overtime here. This is a very good opportunity for Fish and Chips to make a push here. Unfortunately, their Flingza goes down, but they do still have special advantage, having all 3 of their specials still. Overtime popping their strikes here a little early, I think, with the special advantage that Fish and Chips had, but it seems to work out for them as they get 2 picks.
It definitely does, and they, you know, it looks like Overtime was able to capitalize off that. You do have 2 down now on the side of Fish and Chips, as it looks like they're about to try to make a push here. They do jump back across, but they miss the jump. They kind of have the safety of this bubble to try to escort them through, and they have the Booyah Bomb coming out, able to clear that first checkpoint. The T-Tech here now kind of fighting for their life around here. They do get 1 go down. The Crab is down. In Overtime now, just 1 up on the side of Fish and Chips is going to be able to kind of just run this a little bit. Here's kind of where it gets a little bit messy. You know, right there, points go really, really fast. And with that, it's going to be really difficult now. Fish and Chips is going to have to find that first checkpoint and have to push it further, which can be really difficult without that range, especially now as Overtime picks up again. It is just making these really short, really fast pushes, you know, not meant to be the KO, but meant to give any more points on the board that Fish and Chips is going to have to come back from.
That was a really, really strong backdoor there to get those extra points to bring it up to 10, because 15, because it's going to make it a lot harder for Fish and Chips to get that final push, but it's still definitely possible on Museum. We see that the T-Tech is fighting the Splash here. They get the pick. Down to just the Slosher on the side of Fish and Chips, and it looks like Overtime is preparing for another push.
Yeah, you see this T-Tech here doing a really good job of, you know, like the Rainmaker was back in the middle, but, you know, with just 1 up on the side of Fish and Chips, they didn't want to leave the base, they didn't want to give up space. Overtime doing a really good job showing how to hold area and do it very well. They do have their Tri-Strike out. It looks like they're going to go ahead and pop it as Fish and Chips brings out the Rainmaker. They get a splat off it. The Rainmaker is forced to retreat back a little bit. And it looks like there are going to be some members chasing them. They do go down. You got this T-Tech still trying to just poke around mid, poke and find whatever they can. But all those specials coming out on overtime is still just forcing that Rainmaker further back and further back right now.
Rainmaker's in a really, really awkward position, but they do get the pick on the T-Tech here. They unfortunately go down to the strikes. I still think that Fish and Chips has a really solid chance here, is now that that really threatening T-Tech is down, that they can maybe make a strong push here, especially with those strikes coming out and shredding that bubble.
Yes, yes, they certainly do. You know, once you get past this, if they can get past this first checkpoint, all they got to do is run it. Because once you get past that first checkpoint, it just turns into Splatoon 2 Rainmaker, and if they can get a good few picks, they can just push it all the way up. But that being said, it looks like overtime is retaking possession of this Rainmaker, doing just a really great job, just kind of like stalling out this time. They're taking it up here on these grates. Looks like they may get to extend this push a little bit further. They do go down, but it is now just in a very awkward place for Fish and Chips.
Yeah, we can see the Hydra almost popping the Rainmaker there from the very safe position on their plat there. The Slosher's trying to get a flank, but gets taken out by the T-Tech, and we see the Flings up popping here, but getting pushed back by the missiles. It looks like they're probably going to try to grab it and maybe jump it off that right side there, but they're getting pressured heavily.
Yep, and they did look like there was one from overtime who did try to grab it, but was taken out by the Flings. A really good play there to be able to get it to reset back into mid instead of stalling further in their base. But Fish and Chips does get wiped out in the process. You can see in that overview just so much yellow all over this map. Overtime is absolutely holding control of the entire map right now. Fish and Chips with just 5 seconds left on the clock needs to make a move, but overtime gets the wipeout, and that is going to bring the set 2-0, and wipeout, or in overtime will be the ones advancing tonight further into our gold bracket.
Overtime just had a really, really dominating control of space there. The use of the Flingza, not the Flingza, the Hydra, the Booyah Bombs, the strikes. The bubbles were very key in a couple pushes that they had to make sure that the Rainmaker, when they were holding it, stayed safe. It was just a very solid, very dominating control of the game.
Yes, it definitely was. I think that it was just excellently played there. You saw from the side of overtime a lot of special coordination, really good just knowledge of where to hold, what to be doing at all times. You saw that T-Tech just constantly forward, refusing to give up space. Just very expertly played, and they'll be taking that knowledge definitely further with them tonight in gold bracket as we advance, and maybe we'll see them later tonight. But for now, we're going to go ahead and take a little break as we wait for our other matches to roll in, and we get set up for our second match here in just a little bit. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're getting ready for our quarterfinals here today in Gold Bracket. And from the Ink Up, we're going to be taking you to Ink Black versus Octopi, going in on Splat Zone's Shipyard. What do you think about this here, Corgi? I know that Ink Black is a team that we are both very experienced with from our own Ludi season. What do you expect to see here?
So Zone Sturgeon is a very interesting map, I think. It's very easy to paint over if you have a lot of shooters. So like Junior, I think, is really strong here. Splash, obviously, T-Tech, etc. But it's also a very range-heavy map. It's a very interesting map where it incentivizes both range and close-up fighting. We could see some leaders come out. I've definitely seen Splatlings on this map as well, so like a Hydra, perhaps. Maybe even Explo could be interesting if you see that come out from anybody. But yeah,
I think there's a lot of choices that can come out. As I said, we know Ink Black very well. We also know Potato on the side of Octopi subbing in from Tentacled as well. I know that, you said about backlines, there's so many choices that they can bring. I know that Minnie is a very flexible player with backlines and can bring a lot to the table. Minnie knows a lot of different weapons. I am very curious to see what Minnie is going to be picking up here as we go in tonight, assuming that Minnie is going to be in our loadout of 4 onto this game, since, as you said, range is very, very important on this map. And with zones too, right? It's very important, I think, that you have to kind of move forward and get the lockout once you're there. What I'd really love to see is Minnie on leader, potentially, and getting up onto the opponent's snipe. And it looks like we are going to see Minnie on leader on the side of... We see a big swig.
We see a Stamper on both sides as well. This is going to be a really interesting game. Big Swig and Explo will probably very easily cheese out a zone with the amount of paint output that they can put out. So this is going to be a really interesting comp to see. We already see 1 down on the side of Ink Black here, 2 down actually, as the Big Swig is going in.
Yeah, this Big Swig is playing with a lot of veracity, but they are gonna go down here. But then the Zuka gets taken down too. Right now we're just seeing Octopi just get kill after kill. They're kind of just holding this space in the middle. And you still just got people down on the side of Ink Black. You see that Minnie's posted up there with that E-leader, not able to quite find a pick just yet. As the members of Octopi still just keep kind of picking off Ink Black one by one and going into their base. You see this Vac coming out from the Big Swig, just doing a good job holding this space. Wow.
Wow, the Big Swig is putting in a lot of pressure, honestly. I think it works really, really well, surprisingly, with the Explo, as it does chip combo with the Explo, surprisingly. We see a Zuka coming out from Ink Black here, trying to maybe move the Explo and the Big Swig out of the zone. But there's 2 down from the side of Ink Black and 4 points left on the side of Octopi. It looks like the game is going to go to Octopi.
Wow, I think you were just right when you say that, like, an Explo, it's a Big Swig, can just cheese out a zone so fast. Like, you saw that, like, Octopi was able to get that almost instantaneous cap in mid, and they just kind of did what they needed to do, which was to just move forward. And as they did come back, keep zone painted, but as the members of Ink Black were swimming in, they did a good job of recognizing where they were, would go forward a little bit just to meet them, pick them off, and then come back and regroup with their team so that they could really respond to picks coming from either direction. You saw Minnie on the posted up on the right hand side trying to get some snipes, and you would see Novaden coming in from the left with that Stamper, but Octopi was easily able to just kind of pivot and take care of those incoming threats. I'm actually very well impressed. I didn't expect a Big Swig coming out, but like its paint in that Vac were just really clutch in denying space to Ink Black.
I think that Octopi actually expertly created that comp there. The Stamper and the Explo synergize surprisingly extremely well with the horizontal flicks from a from a Big Swig, as Big Swig does a minimum of 35, which combos extremely well with the 70 damage from a Charge Slash, or even the 50 or even the 90 from an X-Blow. So the Big Swig choice was not a throw. The paint output combined with the X-Blow is enough to cap that zone, and it combos extremely well with the weapons they picked. It's a very strong comp, I'm very surprised.
Yeah, no, I definitely am too. I was not expecting a comp like that to come out, but as you said, I think it just worked. It was very well thought out. And it was very unconventional, just kind of the picks that you see in these lower level teams, where they're just able to make things work. They're not really concerned about the meta. They're going to play to their strengths, and I think it leads to a lot of really unique gameplay that I love to see in tournaments like this. That being said, we're about to head into tower control on Undertow Spillway, which I definitely think is going to be a game where you might see, like, you can't cheese out a game as easily there as you can on zones. You aren't just going to be able to take a zone and stay there for the rest of the game. You've got to defend that tower, and it's very vulnerable at a lot of places. It's definitely one where I think, you know, we talked about the range advantage on Sturgeon. I think that's going to be even more important here on Undertow. What do you think?
I think that as a junior player personally, I think Bubble is really important for specifically 2 points on this map, the first check and the last check, as they're extremely vulnerable to the enemy team in very tight positions. But we don't see a bubble come out from either team. We're seeing a more traditional comp coming out from Ink Black here with a splash and double shot, 1 T-Tech, 1 shot, and the E-Leader. Oh, actually, no, we do see a bubble come out from Octopi. They're going with a more traditional tower comp with a Range Blaster, a Leader, and they're bringing back out the Stamper.
Yes, they are. Already 2 down on the side of Octopi, 1 down on Ink Black, but neither really finding the picks they need to make the opening push. You see that Crab coming out, trying to take some space, but that, I was going to say that Blaster is ready to respond, but it does go down to the Zuka there, as Ink Black is looking to make an early push, but goes down again to more bombs. I'm sorry, that was not even a bomb. That was an E-Leader on the side of Octopi. Now we're going to see it going in the other direction. This first checkpoint can be really hard to break, but it looks like they are going to be able to get through it.
They are able to get through without the bubble. I just think the amazing pressure from the Range Blaster and the Stamper pushing up together as they, once again, damage combo extremely well with each other here was really, really important to getting that first check. We see the E-Leader going down and the Range coming back to respond. The Junior and the Stamper are fighting on the tower, and they get a wipeout. Octopi gets a wipeout on the side of Ink Black as we see that they're coming back in.
Yeah, and that's going to be huge right there. You can see now you've already got a member of Octopi all the way up in Ink Black's pot, just causing all sorts of chaos, causing a jump out from Ink Black as this tower is now just chugging towards the 3rd checkpoint. Ink Black really needs to pull it together here, and then you see the snipe coming out from Mini, just 1 left on the side of Octopi, and they are able to stop it and get the wipeout. Here they really need to move fast, take space forward, and set up a hold to try to get points in on this tower. You already see the E-Leader set up on the side of Octopi, which is going to be looking to defend that tower. You see the Range Blaster coming out. The E-Leader on the side of Ink Black does go down, kind of slowing down this push a little bit, but there is a lot of yellow here. Ink Black is doing a great job right now, holding a lot of space.
Yeah, they do definitely have a superior paint potential here, as we can see that they're running a triple shooter, but the E-Leader gets a double there, I think, and then the Zuka is left with no one to hit, as they're the only one left on the tower. It looks like they're trying to get jumps in here. The Leader's trying to get a good angle on the tower. They're dropping a wave breaker here, and we see somebody from Ink Black jumping out. I think this push is dead for them.
Not bad, able to clear that first checkpoint, but without breaking that second, they are going to have to go all the way through it before they could advance their score. And that can be really rough, you know, especially without a bubble. They do have a Crab, which can serve, you know, a little bit similar of a role in being able to just sit on tower and get points. But you know, if they can get behind that crab, they can punish it. It can be a lot easier to go down than a bubble. It comes with its own pros and cons. It provides pressure like a bubble does not. But definitely going to see some trade-offs there. They are going to be able to push through this second checkpoint here. 2 down now on the side of Octopi. This is definitely Ink Black's chance to take it back. They need to move forward, get that space. 2 more down on the side of Octopi, but they are trading just left and right. It's a bloodbath happening around this tower right now, and it looks like Octopi is able to stop it at just 22, barely short of the 17 points that Ink Black or Octopi was able to score. Just about a minute left on the game clock. It's still anybody's game. With both of those checkpoints broken, Ink Black can immediately score again, but they have to clear that space. And with 2 down on the side of Octopi right now, this is their opportunity to do it.
We see Ink Black here popping that crab, popping that strike, trying to make sure keeping them in their house. We see possibly this little junior flank on the side here from Octopi. The Zuka gets taken out by the junior flank. The junior gets on the tower, and they're getting damaged by bombs. Possibly, maybe going to get pushed off by Ink Black here. They pop a bubble to protect themselves from the T-Tech here and get that pick. Yeah, this junior is going in right now.
That bubble pop there was huge too, and being able to pick that member of Ink Black. You saw how close they were to being able to take that back. But it can all go down if you're just not watching one side. 2 down on the side of Ink Black. They're respawning back in. Just 12 seconds left on the timer. They've got to make a move fast. They get this tri-strike onto the tower, are able to get one person off, but no more specials online. So they're going to have to play this very carefully. 2 down on the side of Octopi. It's definitely possible here. You've got this leader watching the tower. You've got the Zuka coming out, and there's a battle here on tower. So this is a bloodbath as everybody's trying to get on, and the wipeout goes onto the side of Ink Black, and Octopi is going to take this second game.
That was such an intense end to that final game there. They're just trading pick after pick after pick on the tower. There was like 6 people on the tower at one point. That was insane. That's something that can really only happen in tower control, especially on maps like this where it's very cramped and very condensed.
Yes, absolutely. Gosh, that was crazy. You gotta feel bad for Ink Black. They're so close to taking it back, but just getting swarmed on the tower in that last like 5 seconds, fighting it out. But Octopi just barely edged out the win there, taking the set 2-0. Well fought from Ink Black there. You know, that's one of those things that, you know, 2-0s can't show, is just how close some of those games are, and Ink Black definitely put in some effort there. So congratulations to them. We hope to see you next from the Ink Black, and Octopi will be moving on to semifinals. We'll be taking a quick short break for us to finish up and get ready for semis, and we will see y'all again very soon. Hello and welcome back. We're getting ready for semifinals here in gold bracket. We have Ikaryoku versus Kiwi Ice Cream. We're going to be going in first on Clam Blitz Mako Mart. A pretty fan favorite stage. I believe you like this one quite a lot, Corgi. What do you hope to see here?
As a junior player, as I keep saying, I love C Junior on this map. Torpedoes and Wavebreaker do really, really well with all the funky terrain. Blasters, sloshers, swords even are very good under these ledges. Backline is also really strong in this map. You see stuff like X-Flow and E-Leader here to just move people and take space. Crab is really strong, Strike's really strong. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely, as you said, I think it's a very well-balanced map, too. You know, you have those stacks, you kind of have the breakfast aisle melons, a lot of cover for these, you know, shorter range shooters and front lines to be able to use and get cover and approach from. But, you know, once you're ready to lock out, you can move your back line from, you know, the back snipe all the way up to the enemy stack and get a really good view into the opponent base. You have a great sight line there for your back lines. A really greatly balanced map for weapons of all varieties, which I think leads to, like, a lot of fun pops. And that being said, we're about to see what they're going to be bringing in here as we are loading in. Ikaryoku here in the yellow. We see the leader. I think that was double splash as well. And a T-Tech, yeah. And then we, on the side of Kiwi Ice Cream, are going to see a Dapples. Interesting choice there. Wiper, Splash, and also a Bloblobber. Also another very interesting choice. They've got a lot of paint, a lot of aggression coming out on that side, while Ikaryoku playing a little bit more of the standard kind of meta comp.
I think they're going to be really looking to, well, Kiwi Ice Cream is going to be really looking to play off those lots of chip damage with the Torps and the Blobs and the Rain. But as we see right now, there's 2 down on the side of Kiwi Ice Cream as Ikaryoku is getting in a lot of clams here. But they're now down to only their T-Tech, and it looks like Kiwi Ice Cream is going to be able to come back and take mid as we see the T-Tech finally jumps out. So that push is dead.
Definitely a great push there from Ika. They are able to get down to 53, just a little bit less than half of the points. But you can kind of see while Kiwi Ice Cream was able to come in and take some space, they really still don't have the clam economy on their side. They're up here, but Ikaryoku just kind of tossing that power. They've got the bombs coming in. And again, you just see 7, 8. You got the 1 football, but nothing to follow up on it. And it looks like, oh, the basket is broken. Ikaryoku able to open that while Kiwi Ice Cream was in their base. Looks like it's kind of just going to be a 1 and done with the power clam, but that is going to stop that power clam that was up on the side of Kiwi Ice Cream from finding its target.
That did give Kiwi Ice Cream an additional power clam with the second pity there. But we see another crab coming out from Ikaryoku here on the farther stack, but it looks like they went down for it, and the T-Tech goes down on the Kiwi Ice Cream stack as they're beginning to hopefully take some space here.
Yeah, do you see now the sniper too? Kind of what I said before. There's definitely spaces with great sight lines there, as it's able to just kind of keep a lookout, keep pressure onto that opposing stack. As you can kind of see right now, you've got this Dapple Dualies from Kiwi Ice Cream kind of just struggling to find a place. They are able to get up on that stack and stop that power clam coming in from Ikaryoku, able to get another pick. Now 3 down on the side of Ikaryoku, but they're able to get able to get 2 power clams in there. That's going to be giving Kiwi Ice Cream another power clam, but they do pick that up. It doesn't look like they're going to. Missing out on a pity there, but they're just continuously pumping out that score.
Yeah, it seems like really, really they were able to make that second power clam there, which was really interesting. Is like they only had 1 person up, and that was huge for them, getting them down to 24 points here with only 20 pity. We see Crab coming out from the splash here on the side of Kiwi Ice Cream, getting a pick in breakfast here, but we see a pick on the Crab from the side of Ikaryoku, as they weren't able to see the other Crab behind them. We still see the leader up here. We see the T-Tech coming back in here, pressuring the splash, trying to get up on that block and get up into their plat. We see the power finally pushing forward from the side of Kiwi Ice Cream. We see the splash get a pick here. Maybe possibly another pick on this Crab here. That would be really, really good for them, and they get their first power in here. As the Crab gets popped, let's see how this push goes.
Yeah, that was a great push there. Butters there able to make a lot of space, get great picks, but does ultimately go down, but not before them being able to get into power clams, which is definitely getting their score on the board. But Ikaryoku is definitely just going to respond here. They're already able to pick it up, and they are able to close out that basket. Wow, that was really fast. I almost couldn't see what was going on there.
It was I felt like it was very back and forth. Like Kiwi Ice Cream did a great job on defense. There was that one time that they got flanked, unfortunately, but they had a lot of pressure up in their house, the opposing house, and they were able to get those 2 power clams, which I think was a very solid push and could have continued to the rest of the game. But I think overall, Ikaryoku's comp just allowed them to dominate the game more with obviously 2 crabs and the Tri-Strike as a great displacement option for their team.
Yeah, definitely. Like you said, Kiwi Ice Cream really able to bring a lot of pressure, aggression to the table, and I think it just didn't work out here just because it was clam blitz and they didn't necessarily have those clams to follow up with it. They didn't have the clam economy on their side, but you constantly saw Butters just kind of like up in the front, wreaking havoc onto Ikaryoku. And I think that maybe a different map mode where they're not going to have to farm that objective and take time to build up a push like that, it may end up a little bit better. Tower control, Rainmaker, where you can have people go in front of objective and just clear space and let objective score for free. That's really where that kind of strategy is going to shine. Of course, Ikaryoku, they were able to play the long game, constantly scoring, just pushing little by little by little, always chipping away at that score, which is that's going to be like your spot zones, right? Clam blitz, where they're able to just retake really consistently and doing so really strong.
I definitely agree there. I think the comp that we saw from Kiwi Ice Cream would be especially strong in Rainmaker, as you have Dapples, which is a great popping tool, a Blobber, which is another amazing popping tool, lots of pressure. Yeah, and I also agree on the other side that the more standard traditional comp that we're seeing currently in the meta right now is very good for stuff like this, like clams and zones, which is a very more slower game modes where you're kind of popping back and forth and you're slowly incrementally breaking down on the objective.
Yes, absolutely. And speaking of splat zones, that's where we're going right now, going into splat zones on Hagglefish Market. We are going to see kind of the same comp come out here. I think it's just a few changes coming out from Kiwi Ice Cream, but still overall playing the less meta comp. But we're going to see the same thing come out on the side of Ikaryoku with the double splash leader. T-Tech, and you can already see very aggressive move. They're going to try to take that flank, but they are going to go down to the crab. Good watch there from Butters, able to get that first initial pick. 2 down on the side of Ikaryoku. They're going to be able to come up here, take this space, and this is where I said, like, if you can get into their base, if you can stop them from coming in right now, this is what Kiwi Ice Cream needs. And you can see that right now Butters is just in the thick of it, able to get 2 picks, which is great for stalling that time. But with 2 down now, or actually, no, I'm sorry, that was 2 down on Ikaryoku, only 1 down on Kiwi Ice Cream. They need to be able to build up these specials. If they can get these crabs up here, these tri-strikes, they can flush out that offense here.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think that the Bloblubber is applying a lot of pain on the zone here, which is going to make it extremely hard to cap, especially with a junior as well and a splash. We see the splash unfortunately go down from the side of Kiwi Ice Cream here. They're still holding the zone for their own. We see like Ikaryoku popping a lot of specials here. They're popping crab, they're popping wave. They finally get the zone back from Kiwi Ice Cream here, as they're hopefully looking to take some space forward and maybe get into their plat as well, like Kiwi Ice Cream.
Definitely, and that's the kind of lockout you need to see on a map like this. If you just kind of stay back at the zone, you're very susceptible to the enemy just kind of picking you off from afar, and they can definitely do that with all that chip. You can get that blob, all the twerps being thrown. And the crab coming out, which can apply a lot of pressure. You see like the wave break plus the rain coming out. Now as they are able to flip the zone back in control of Kiwi Ice Cream and are able to get a wipeout, you already see they're painting forward very fast. You've already got that junior up underneath that ledge. You've got Butters right there with them. Ironically, right now the dualies are actually the furthest back, but they're just kind of up here trying to create a lot of chip damage under that ledge, trying to stop the members of Ikaryoku from coming back in. 2 down now on Kiwi Ice Cream, as the splash is going to sit here and try to hold with help from that Bloblobber, but the Bloblobber is going to go down. That's going to be enough for Ikaryoku to flip the zone back.
Yes, we see a very dominating pushback back in from Ikaryoku here. They use that crab very expertly to take down. But we also seeing a counter push here. We see the strikes come out, shredding the crab, sort of countering that attempt at a pushback from Kiwi Ice Cream here, as we see the splash running in and getting a double in the plat of Kiwi Ice Cream and sitting on their snipe now, holding a very dominant position in their house. We see a crab popping on said snipe there, which is a great position for that for Ikaryoku here, as they're possibly going to KO here.
Yeah, I definitely think you see them right now. They just took a play out of Kiwi Ice Cream's playbook. They saw how aggressive, how forward Kiwi Ice Cream was playing, and they were like, oh gosh, we had a really hard time getting out of that. We need to do that to them. Because you saw that from that first push to that second push, it was like a completely different game. In that first push, Ikaryoku really hanging back by the zone, and it gave Kiwi Ice Cream an easier in, as they were able to just kind of pressure, throw bombs, throw blobs, throw wave break, throw rain, and chip their way back in. But when they're in your face and in your home, it's a lot harder to deal with, and Ikaryoku was able to really adapt there.
Yeah, I think that adaption was definitely key there to be able to deal with that pressure from the dapples and the splash from Butters there, as getting those actors out of their house is going to be key for them getting in. Hagglefish is a very heavy lockout map, as there's not really much where to go if you're stuck in your base, as the flanks are more important when you're in neutral and you're in mid. So we see Ikaryoku take the second game here, but obviously Kiwi Ice Cream is not out. This is a best of 5. So we will see where it goes from here. I'm excited.
Yes, they, definitely, they're down right now 2-0, but they are not out of this. Kiwi Ice Cream, both of those games really just showed that forward aggression that they can have. And, now we're going into tower control on Sturgeon Shipyard, and that's one of those modes where that forward aggression and getting in front of the objective is going to matter. Splat zones, is you can get into their base, you can cause havoc, but without the objective moving forward, it can be a lot harder to control, and I think that gives Ikaryoku a little bit of an edge. But with tower control, I think Kiwi Ice Cream may be able to finally find their footing here. If they can get in front of that too, also and control tower, tower is going to be granting them special charge as well, and they can get just infamously snowbally. And I think that's what Kiwi Ice Cream really needs to play off here to take this to 2-1 right now.
TC Sturgeon is definitely a very one of the more snowbally TC maps, I think. Especially once you get past that that first checkpoint and you're in that sort of court area underneath that ledge. If you can jump up there, pressure the team trying to push you out of there, it can be very easy to get to the final checkpoint and KO from there.
Yes, it can be. And we're gonna be able to see now these teams coming in. You got just kind of like the same looking kind of comps, you know, Junior Splash, Dapples, Blob. I think it's just minor changes happening on Kiwi Ice Cream as they kind of want to figure out what they're gonna do. And the same comp rolling out from Ikaryoku. It's been working for them. It's worked the past 2 games. Why fix it if it isn't broken? 3 down, 4 down as the wipeout happens. Opening on Kiwi Ice Cream just 30 seconds into this game. We can already see how far up Ikaryoku is right now with that yellow all over their base. They're not going to make the same mistake twice of playing too passively, and they're going to show their aggression straight out of the gate. You can see here, there's a flank coming from behind the tower, and it looks like they are trying their best to stop that push, but Ikaryoku notices it and is able to stop it. They do let the tower go back some, but 3 down now on the side of Kiwi Ice Cream. This push can still definitely continue as it is now approaching the second and final checkpoint.
Yeah, we see the Splash getting a very solid pick there. We see another person going down on the tower, so there's 2 down on the side of Ikaryoku here. So the Blob is set up in that very nice window, kind of holding that space in that court area, preventing the tower from going any further. And we see a fight going on over on that the bridge area with the crab. The crab seemingly gets shredded and has to drop down, and the charger from Ikaryoku is getting a couple picks over on their snipe as well.
Oh yeah, Darius applied great pressure there, but is taken out by Kit. It looks like, and I like what you're talking about too. Back in that window, Trinity on that Blob doing a great job applying pressure. I think we've seen that across all of these games. But now we have that crab that's going to be coming out from Kiwi Ice Cream, trying to create more space for them to adjust. And you see right here down on that ledge that there's somebody waiting for that charger to fall, and they're able to pick them off. Kiwi Ice Cream now approaching the second checkpoint, but is going to get stalled out by these tri-strikes coming out. They're going to get back on time to resume the checkpoint, and they are able to just barely break it before being stopped by Ikaryoku. You know, they are going to stop the push here because of this crab tank, but getting the checkpoint there, huge now that they don't have to wait through it again.
And that push and those deaths there weren't very punished, as there was a very expert tacticaler on the tower giving everybody a very quick respawn there. But we do see a wipeout happen from the side of the Kiwi Ice Cream, and this time they definitely do not have that tacticaler to sort of lower the pressure from that push. We see Ikaryoku, the charger, trying to set up here, getting flanked, going down to the Splash in sort of a trade situation. And so we're kind of in a neutral situation here with the tower in the middle, but it looks like Ikaryoku is holding most of the control in mid currently.
Yep, you can see over here Mirai just trying to fight, get some ink down, popping the crab here, able to get a pick on it here, having to dodge this wave breaker, a great hop over, getting another and balling up in time not to get hit by that twerp. Great crab there from Mirai, playing their cards excellently to pick off and avoid the oncoming danger. They're going to be pushing forward now into Kiwi Ice Cream's base, trying to clear what space they can, being able to pick the Blob, and popping already another crab. Just the Dapples up, not anymore. Commentator's curse as the Dapples go down on the side of Kiwi Ice Cream, and we're gonna see this tower cruise right into a KO, taking the set 3-0 and advancing to grand finals will be Ikaryoku.
Once again, as I think we've seen multiple times tonight, the 3-0 here doesn't really show the sort of back and forth that we had seen here, and the dominating pushes that Kiwi Ice Cream did have. But I think overall, Ikaryoku was playing the longer game. They're playing that double crab, which has immense pressure, and just sort of use that to their advantage to make sure that they, at the end of the day, won those games.
Yes, absolutely. And with that, right, we're gonna be going into grand finals here very shortly. On the other side of bracket, duking it out right now is Overtime versus Octopi, who we saw earlier in our first streams of the gold bracket. So whoever wins there will be rejoining us for grand finals, and we'll get to see a matchup against two teams that we've already seen tonight, which will be very exciting. So hope you'll be joining us here very soon for grand finals.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to From the Ink Up. And we are here with grand finals of overtime versus Ikaryoku. We just saw Ikaryoku in the semifinals here, and last time we saw overtime was in quarterfinals, I believe. And they are here to battle it out in a best-of-5 set for this title of winner of From the Ink Up Week 28. The first map they're going to be going in on is Flat Zone's Brine-Water. What do you think of the map, Toma?
Definitely, so maybe a bit of an unpopular opinion. I love this map. I know it's a very controversial one, and I'm very excited to see kind of what we're going to see here. We saw both teams playing earlier. I think that the range here is definitely going to go to Ika. They've got that good E leader. They've got the double splashes that can crab tank on those walls, up on the snipe, create a lot of pressure. But overtime, in that first round that we saw versus Fish and Chips, they didn't necessarily play with the most range, but they were coming for the other team. They were up in their base, they were being a nuisance, and that's the kind of strategy that can work in Brine-Water too. It's a very small map, so if you're able to take zone and push up that ramp really fast, you can get underneath all those ledges, play around, the little bit of cover that there is there, and just not let them get out or set up.
Yeah, sure. Brine-Water is a very, very interesting map, as we're about to see what they're going to bring to it as we're going in right now. From the side of Ikaryoku, we're definitely seeing the similar comps that we saw in last set. And from the side of Overtime, we're seeing a double slosher Machine Explo T-Tech Jr. This is going to be very interesting as we're seeing some Haunt coming out from the T-Tech as well.
Yeah, that's going to be crazy. I'm a little bit worried for this Explo player here. The E-leader can see all the way across mid, and that Explo can kind of be a little bit of a sitting duck. But, at the same time, it trades out much superior painting. Explo player myself, as co-captains of our team, when I play Explo, I think it's the only thing on our team that can outpaint you as a junior. It just lays out so much pressure onto the zone, but it's got to stay alive to do that. And right now, with 2 down on the side of overtime, that's not what you're going to see. But actually, as I say that, they're going to prove me wrong, and they're going to take that cap. But Ika gonna make a very quick work of flipping that. This is a very small zone, very easy to flip really fast. You've got these crab tanks coming out, and now we're gonna see them up here in this ramp, like I said, hoping to push forward, hoping to displace overtime. You've got that crab, but they are gonna respond with these tri-strikes. It's gonna push them out. It doesn't quite get the kill, but it did ball up, kill some time off of that crab. But right now that timer's just ticking for Ikaryoku.
We're definitely seeing this splash get really aggressive in here, getting a nice double pick here as the machine is trying to make some space to get some drop down into their base here. Is like, it's a very, very hard, heavy lockout on Brine-Water. It can be, for sure. We see the machine getting a flank here, possibly going to take out the splash here, but there's a big fight around this bubble, and the splash does finally go down, and the power of the Explo here is able to get that paint down and cap the zone here. We see the Explo is going to be moving up into a very aggressive position here, able to poke at the base from a very safe spot, which is why Explo is really, really strong on this map. We see a rain coming in through Ikaryoku's top here. We see 2 of them go down from the rain as the crab is in a very awkward position here, trying to paint the zone and get some penalty down as the penalty's gone from the side of overtime, and their points are just ticking down.
Yep, you saw great tri-strikes there from Peachy as well, trying to clear out some of that space, but you have a lot of ink going down onto the side, now, onto the zone now. The overtime is just fighting to keep it capped, and they are able to keep it capped for long enough to take this lead. Ikaryoku is going to be able to take it back, but not without losing that lead first. They now have about 50 points of penalty that they're going to have to work through. But they're looking to do the same thing that they did before, which is just kind of get up in that base, get up in that ramp, cause a lot of havoc. But you got this rain, you've got a lot of pressure coming out onto zone from that. You've got these bombs. Overtime doing a great job throwing pressure, throwing these tri-strikes, throwing the booyah bomb, doing whatever they can to try to stop this push. But with just the machine up, it's not going to be enough.
The penalty is almost over for Ikaryoku here, and it looks like they might be able to take the lead back here, but we see the pressure coming in from the Explo and the machine. Very threatening on the side, and we're seeing strikes come out, shredding that crab, and they're able to take the zone before Ikaryoku can do anything about it, and they get another huge penalty back of 46.
That's great for overtime. That's exactly what they want to see here. You now see Peachy going up here, that T-Tech trying to get a pick. They are taken out, it looks like, by the E-leader. You know, you got time now underneath this ledge, trying to apply whatever pressure they can. They're in their Booyah Bomb, trying to stall out time onto the zone. Only 17 pounds on the penalty. But Ika, it does look like they're going to be able to flip that here. Both teams now getting sitting similarly with the same amount of penalty. You know, with how penalty works on this, it's going to be 3/4 of your push added back to your time. So now they're kind of sitting at a very even match. Ika sitting here about 20 points left on that. They've got specials online, but you see that overtime is responding so well, able to get those picks that they need. You know, Ika just struggling right there to hold long enough to get more counts off of the total time. 25 counts remaining on penalty for overtime.
That is the really showing off the power of the Junior Explo combo here, as it's just able to cap zones so effortlessly against a team of 4. If you have a Junior and an Explo up against a team of 4, you're going to out-cap them no matter what their weapon combination is. We see the Crab is able to take the zone on the side of Ikaryoku as they're looking to hopefully get this overtime win, as they're counting down through their penalty right now. The Charger's up on top mid, trying to get that space. There's a machine flank right now, dropping a Booyah into the zone. If Ikaryoku is able to use the Explo here to get paint onto the zone here. Oh, 3 down on the side of Ikaryoku, and that's a wipeout, and overtime is able to get the zone and end that overtime.
Wow, that is great. Yeah, as you said, overtime, able to end overtime there. That was a great stop there. I think you just saw so much back and forth. Basically the whole time, you know, once they got down to that like 15 or 14, 17, I'm not exactly sure what the counts were. They weren't really able to ever push past that, but every time they would get so close to getting extra counts, add penalty, so close, add penalty, and they would just kind of end up at the same exact point in their pushes. And you know, in those mirrored pushes, it really does come down to who was able to take those few extra points off of the real timer, and overtime was able to just slightly edge that out, I think, with that great painting comp that they had.
Yeah, you were saying earlier that the Explo might have a hard time against the leader, but it seems like they took their cover seriously. They were using those sides of the map, those like flank routes, which you wouldn't normally see a backline weapon in on, but to protect them from the leader, they were able to use those angles to paint the zone in a safe way that just Ikaryoku could not handle.
Yes, you're absolutely right. It was a brilliant, you know, display of control there. You know, it was, I believe, I want to say, it was Iris on the side of overtime on that Explo that just knew exactly where she needed to be, what to do to keep that zone ticking, how to stay safe, and it played very well for their team. We're going to be going shortly now into Tower Control Hagglefish Market, a map we've already seen tonight. What do you think? How do you think the comps here will change up? Obviously, I don't think we're going to see an Explo probably coming out. Maybe we'll see the return to Stringer that came out earlier. And we'll definitely probably, I think we're going to see the same comp out of Ikaryoku. They kind of know what they like, and it seems to be working.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think Ikaryoku has a solid comp for tower here with the strikes and the double crab. From overtime, I'm definitely expecting to see that Junior back with the bubble. Bubble's really strong on that like second checkpoint when you're right underneath that little canopy area. Definitely not expecting to see that Explo again, but yeah, we'll definitely see Ikaryoku's running same comp once again, and we do see the return to the Stringer and a double T-Tech and that Junior that I was talking about come out on the side of overtime.
Yeah, so we definitely, I love to see, I'm a little bit biased. I love to see stringers coming out into this game. I will definitely be DMing Iris after this and trying to pick their brain about what was going on in these matches, see if I can get some advice myself, because that was beautiful expo play there, and I'm sure we're going to see some great stringer play here too, as overtime takes a very quick early pick at this tower, able to get it to 87. Looks like they're going to be trying to go towards that first checkpoint, but are stopped by Ikaryoku. You can kind of see a lot of fights going over here, one escaping into the flank, but overtime is able to just kind of brute force their way through to continue this. They go down, I think, to that leader. Looks like they got a double there.
Yeah, definitely looked like a collateral on the tower, which I think is really difficult with like the hole in the middle. But we're seeing strikes coming out from Ikaryoku. They're definitely trying to create this space. Get this push together. They're dropping a wave on the tower for protection and some space. There's also a crab that goes down. But we see the T-Tech go down and a counter-strike coming out from overtime here, and that's going to get a pick. We're seeing a lot of purple coming down onto the floor. We're seeing a crab to hopefully just try to slow down the defense from the side of Ikaryoku here, but we're seeing a T-Tech get a pick here. We're seeing another strike come out. We're seeing a whale. And this looks like Ikaryoku's definitely on the back burner here as overtime is making a solid push forward.
Yeah, time able to get the jump out there, very big to keep whatever special points they had online. They're going to be trying to clear this first checkpoint, going to be huge if they can, but it looks like they fall just in time. You know, great stop from both teams to be able to prevent that checkpoint. Because now that they weren't able to clear it, both teams have to restart from the beginning. So stopping those checkpoints before you can get through is very important. You see Mirai now and here doing whatever they can to try to defend this checkpoint as the tower is rounding up to it, kind of poking around this ramp, throwing burst bombs up into that tent, and it does look like Ikaryoku clears this first checkpoint and is able to extend their lead.
Yeah, we're seeing strike versus strike. We're seeing a couple trades go down here. We're down to overtime is just down to their stringer here, and we're getting into the second checkpoint for Ikaryoku as they have a crab on the tower here. It is going to apply a lot of pressure. The E-Leader gets a sick point-blank snipe there as they go down to the T-Tech up on that top areas to go down on the side of Ikaryoku. We're seeing strikes come out from the T-Tech as they're the only last person up as they're trying to escape. They die before they get the jump out, and the wipeout on the side of Ikaryoku as overtime pushes up very, very fast, trying to make sure that they can get this push and get through that first and second check.
Yes, and that's, as you said, they're pushing up so fast there. That's exactly what you want to see. When you get a wipeout, you can't waste time waiting to retake area. You know, when they're all down, it's safe to go forward, and you have to do it, have to get that map control, because it's so important to your pushes. And overtime knew that, displayed it very well, but unfortunately kind of just go down right here at this checkpoint. You know, you saw time trying to maybe get a push, but then deciding, oh, this isn't worth it, backing up, but getting picked on the retreat.
Yeah, we see a lot of pressure. The E-Leader's in a very, very interesting position that I don't see a lot of E-Leaders position in here. It's a very interesting angle that people are probably not very used to. We see a wave breaker come out from here. We see one T-Tech down on the side of overtime here. We're seeing strikes come out as the strike user dies from the side of Ikaryoku. We have one crab up and available. We see the whale come out from the side of overtime as they were just kind of in a very neutral position here. But overtime definitely needs to get some picks here and try to create that push again as they're struggling to get through that first check.
Yes, it definitely looks like you have Mirai here popping out this crab, trying to see what picks that they can find. Two down now on the side of overtime. You can see them now looking to take this flank. They are spotted, so they're going to back up here. You know, great, able to play for their life there, able to push back in with their team up here, but nobody on the tower for Ikaryoku quite yet to get this started again. But with only 17 seconds on the tower, or on the counter, they're not really feeling the pressure to have to make the push. You know, right now it is their game to lose. they don't have to be the ones making a reckless push. 3 seconds left. They're just kind of balling up here with that crab, taking out whoever they can and stopping Overtime from getting on that tower.
Very, very, very solid play from both teams there. It was very back and forth until, as I said, that second checkpoint is very snowbally as you can get up into that house, and it's a very awkward angle for the defending team. As soon as Ikaryoku was able to get through that first check and get close to that second check and put Overtime in that awkward angle, and they were able to just get those early points. It was very much a struggle for Overtime to get back after that.
Yes, it absolutely was. I think that was just like we said the first game. Like these teams, both of them have so much to offer, and they're showing it by tying up this first set right now, 1-1. Definitely a huge possibility that we could see them go all the way to Game 5 here tonight. Both teams so formidable, have so much pressure. You see them just kind of expertly using their weapons. They know where they need to be, where they need to position. Just playing very, very well. We're going to be situated here very, very soon to go into our third game of this match, which looks like it is going to be Rainmaker on Eeltail Alley. What do you think we'll see here?
Rainmaker on Eeltail is a very interesting one. Eeltail is such a long map. It has a lot of different approach options here. You definitely can go through the bridge. You can go underneath the bridge and try to go up that ramp. You can push through that glass area. There's a lot of different approach options, even though it's a very long and sort of thin map with not a lot of flank routes. I think it's a very solid map here. I think both comps that we just saw work really well, but I think that Overtime maybe could pull out something interesting, as they're seemingly the ones that are changing their comps up. That could maybe get them the edge over this. E-Leader's really strong here, Crab's really strong here, Strike's really strong. I think Bubble from the Junior, from the side of Overtime, could be strong. I'm impartial to C Junior here, as I think Torpedo is really strong with some of the weird terrain. Wavebreaker also is really strong with some of the weird terrain on Eeltail. Also, Wave is amazing at popping rain. That's what I would expect to see. But whereas we're going in, let's see what they brought.
Yeah, we're going to be situated up here. Ikaryoku is going to be bringing out that same kind of comp that we're expecting them to bring. Again, they've found that it works for them all night. They're not going to be changing that up. We're going to be seeing the changes on the side of Overtime as they try to change and adapt to the maps and find what works for them. And speaking of what works for them, they're going to get a very, very fast opening pop there.
And we see a very, very quick 2 down from the side of Ikaryoku as the splashes are the only ones left and they're forced to crab at the same time from both sides of the map. But that enough pressure was able to sort of stop Overtime's dominant opening there and sort of put it back into a neutral position. We see one T-Tech go down as another T-Tech is pushing up on the leader. They get a nice pick there, but they get picked up by the splash. And now we see a double crab on the bridge, a very aggressive position from these crabs as they're easily able to get that first check from the side of Ikaryoku here. We're seeing counter strikes come out as a splash runs and grabs that E-Leader. A very, very, very fast push coming from the side of the Ikaryoku. They're still in this push. There's 3 up here. They pop a bubble. They do get the rain, though. This is going to delay the push even more, as they're going to have to pop more specials if Ikaryoku wants to end this game right here. And as we can see, they are able to end the game. As I said, very, very dominant and aggressive push there.
Wow. Yeah. No, they literally just kind of popped that, ran it, and they didn't give up. You see there, Ikaryoku just constantly putting on that pressure, getting those pops, getting what they needed. You saw, they go down to the bombs, like mistakes happen there, oopsies, but who was ready? Mirai was ready with that crab on deck, ready to pop it, be like, my teammates went down, no problem, I'm gonna pop this Rainmaker by myself. It was really well played there.
Yeah, I think what saved Ikaryoku there was definitely that double crab right at the start. After 2 people went down on their side, they were able to stop that early dominating push, and I don't think if they did that, I feel like this would be that would have been a very different game right now. It'd probably still be going on.
Yes, I definitely agree. Wow, yeah, that was wild. That being said, we're gonna be going into our fourth game here, overtime, hoping here to bring the set 2-2 and forcing a game 5, which I would say myself would be very hyped to see. And we're gonna be going to Clam Blitz on Inkblot Art Academy. And I'm very excited to see this one here. I think that this is one of those maps where I see off-meta comps work a lot more often. You have the 2 splash, it's definitely strong. It can sit up on those snipes, but if you can get a really strong Slayer just kind of up underneath those ledges on their plat, we've seen time and time again, not only from the Ink Up and other tournaments too, how strong and how oppressive that can be. And with the aggression that Overtime has, I definitely think it's something that they could do here. I'm also interested to see what backline option comes out. They definitely need something to put the pressure on Ika. They're having a hard time right now keeping them out of their house, keeping space, and they need to find something that they can do to hold that space, especially in a mode like Clam Blitz, where it's very important to have map control. Map control is everything here. It allows you to move freely, better engagement. It lights up those clams on the map and helps you build a better clan economy. There's so many advantages to it, and they need to find out how to get a grasp of it here. I didn't want to say it because I wasn't confident if it was gonna come out, but it ended up coming out. The Explo is a pick I've seen time and time again in Clam Blitz on this map and on Scorch Gorge. Its ability just to pressure up into plat, create space, is one that's really great, and I think it's something that Overtime really needs right now.
Yes, I definitely think that's an amazing pick from Overtime here, as the Explo works a lot better on this map. As you said earlier, the backline choice and the double crab is strong here. However, due to the way that the angles on the map works, due to those giant stacks in the middle, it can be a little hard to get a good angle with those. But we do see that Overtime very easily gets a very early push here with a couple extra clams on their side, but they do get swiftly evicted from the house of Overtime.
Yes, there, Ika getting a nice quick, down to 65, not the world's biggest opening push, but when you're up a game already, you can play a little bit more comfortably, a little bit more confidently. They don't want to start feeding, they don't want to start panicking. Now is not the time. This isn't the game that it all rides on for them. Of course, they'd love to take it home here, but they don't want to play recklessly and cost themselves the game.
Yes, we definitely see here that Overtime is struggling to get back out into mid. We see the double crab pressure from the stacks. That's one thing, is like once you get the crabs and the leader onto the stack, those angle issues don't really matter, as you have full view of the plat there. We see a trade come out from the 52 and the splash, as the T-Tech is looking to throw bombs and pressure, possibly fighting this T-Tech here, having to back up. We see that power clam is moving closer towards the ramp and then having to back up here. We're seeing strikes come out, hoping to see if they can push through with that. We're seeing possibly a counter strike come out here. They seem to be holding it. Now it looks like with the 2 down on the side of Ikaryoku, Overtime is looking to make some space, but unfortunately the T-Tech gets shut down, and now we're down back into a more neutral position.
Yeah, Kit, I think in all these games, just doing a really good job on this E-Leader. Kit knows where they need to be, and they're one who hits their shots. They're doing a good job of knowing who they needed to focus on. You had 6 clams in the hands of that T-Tech and a special online. Huge threat. E-Leader was able to take them right out. And now we see the fight within this bubble. Trades 2 down, 3 down on either side. Just the battle of the backlines at the moment, as everybody else is on the respawn.
Yes, we see the 52 here. They're going to get another trade with the splash. We see that 2 go down on the side of Overtime, as Ikaryoku has 1 man advantage, and they're going to pop a wave as the E-Leader is pushing in through this rain with the Explo shot, and they're able to get the clam in, but they unfortunately go down. Another goes down on the side of Ikaryoku here, as the crab is about to end here, and it's just that crab user They're going to either try to back out or maybe get in a cheeky clam. It looks like they choose to back out here. Overtime really needs to push in fast here and get that space, as they've been struggling to hold that mid due to the amazing pressure from the double crab.
Yes, and I think that what you're seeing here right now, Ikaryoku playing a little bit of slower, a little bit of a safer game. It's kind of what we saw them do earlier against Kiwi Ice Cream, where they were able to just kind of like constantly open the basket with smaller pushes, but it created a lot of pressure. It held their space, and it's what they're continuing to do here. You see this Explo desperately trying to pressure out into mid. You saw strikes coming out, but it isn't just quite creating the space that Overtime needs right now. And it's starting to look a little bit worrying with about 50 seconds left on the clock. There's a lot of clams on the side of Ikaryoku as they're starting to push up here. You got this one member of Overtime attempting to stop the push. They are able to do so. You got 2 power clams now on the side of Overtime. If they can get these both in, they take the lead. They've got to play this right.
We see a crab come out, and then unfortunately 3 go down on the side of Overtime, and that is a wipeout on the side of Overtime. They don't have a lot of time to make this push come back, but it's still possible, as they need to make a power fast to be able to get this Overtime. But without access to mid, there's going to be a very big struggle, as they lost their pity clam to that push as they picked it up to try to get that push, which was a good choice. However, going down there is going to put them in an awkward position to get that power clamp for Overtime, and they're unable to do so. And the set and our week 28 from the Ink Up winner is Ikaryoku.
Yes, as you said there, you know, like Overtime had it all in their hands right there. The exact cards they needed to be able to take the game, and it just unfortunately kind of fell apart. You know, it happens sometimes in these tournaments, especially when the pressure is on, like it is in grand finals, trying to keep yourself alive. But Ika is going to take this and is going to be your From the Week Up 28 champions. Congratulations to Ikaryoku. Congratulations to Overtime as well, who fought really hard. Second place, absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. Right now, our third place match still going on. Currently, Octopi up 2-1 over Kiwi Ice Cream. Keep an eye out on our Discord and Twitter for that result later tonight. But that's gonna do us here for stream tonight. Thanks again for having me. It was an absolute blast to be on mic for From the Ink Up. Once again, my name is Toma. You can find me on Twitter at crestofgautier, or right here on twitch.tv /ttoma_. Corgi, where can they find you?
You can find me on Twitter at FireCorgi, and you can find me on Twitch with at FireCorgi with unfortunately an extra 1 at the end. You can also find both of us, me and Toma, on our team Transients, which is Matt Transient Splat on Twitter. We're definitely working on, we're cooking, we're doing things, we're around. We might play in this tournament soon. We're definitely making the waves in low level, so come check us out.
We are, and thank you once again to everybody. Just a friendly reminder, this is From the Ink Up. We are a low-level bi-weekly tournament that runs every other Friday at 8 p.m. EST. Join our Discord if you want to play in week 29. We hope to see you around, and thank you for joining us here tonight.